right, we're going to start in a few minutes. We'll start on time with our sessions today. So if you can ask all the volunteers, if there's some students, we'll start in 6 minutes. So for today is our second day. Same thing as yesterday. We will start with sessions with Canadian culture. Right after Canadian culture, we have immigration. After immigration, we have co-op and career services. So some of you guys have co-op in your programs. We'll have a speaker for that one. And also employment in Canada. So that's a workshop. If you're planning to work on campus or off campus, that's a very good session. Then followed by student services. Okay? And then we have a quick break. There will be light refreshments just around the block here, just inside this building, at the cafeteria. Okay, so at 12 o'clock. And then we go to the afternoon sessions. And then in between breaks, we do have some companies that will be setting up. We have WDNA, Rogers, Fido, CIBC, Freedom Mobile, Bell, Turning Point. It's a driving company for people driving new in Canada, so check them out. Bank of Montreal. And if you're looking for a job, we have a company, Security K, so they're looking for people who want to apply for jobs as early as now, so check them out. So they'll be here all day, all week. And other than that, we'll start in 4 minutes. Thank you. All right, so we're going to start now. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Nice. Good to hear from everyone. My name is Nicholas Reyes. I'm the project head for special programs, so I help out with some of the events here at the school. And I just want to welcome everyone here. I know it's been a long time during COVID. It's really nice to see faces and having events in person. As you know, the week is full of activities in terms of workshops, but this is also a hybrid, meaning you can also watch it virtually. So yesterday we had a lot of people here. Today there'll be more people coming, but you can catch the sessions in YouTube and also in person. But I prefer in person. It's really nice to see the speakers for the week. Second, I was an international student myself, so it's really great to see a lot of different nationalities coming from home and trying out Canada. And I would say it's one of the best decisions I've done in my life. I've been here for, I think, around 14 years now. So, and I studied back home, and then I studied as well when I came to Canada. So I see the journey you guys are also taking, and I'm very excited for you guys. Anyway, so we're gonna jumpstart our sessions today. We have a jam pack of sessions. It goes all the way from 9 until 4 o'clock. We have a break in between and smaller breaks, so you guys can also check out the companies around, and lots of information as well. So once you've done your sessions today, you don't have to go tomorrow, but if you want to come back, it's okay. But on Friday, we have kind of like an open house. So the companies will be set up here. If you have more questions about, let's say, Freedom Mobile, you want to get a special deal or some jobs with some of the companies, please come on Friday. We also invited the Toronto Police to talk about some certain topics, so please come on Friday. All right, so for today, our first speaker is coming from the academic department. She's our academic quality manager. She'll be opening our first topic. I would like to call on Shauna Sheldon.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Canada, welcome to Toronto, and welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. We're so happy that you're here, and we're happy that we're back on campus. It's very exciting. It's been a very long 2.5 years for us. We have lots on the schedule today, but first I'd like to start with our land acknowledgement. Today we begin our coming together with a statement of us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties signed with the multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action. And we continue our commitment to support the process of reconciliation. I will now turn things over to my colleague, Mark Gonzalez, for our first session of the day, Canadian Culture.
Thanks, everyone. I appreciate the I appreciate the applause very early in the morning because you've been clapping for a while now, so that's great. So my name is Mark Gonzalez. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college, so we're going to talk a lot more about that later in the afternoon, and it's a little bit more serious. But today, right now, we're going to talk about Canadian culture, right? Because a lot of you are coming from, I think everyone here is not from Canada, and you're now coming in to learn in Canada. So I thought it might be a pretty good idea to tell you a little bit about what we're like as a group of people. And so when with us, you know what some of the expectations are and the best practices to make sure that your interactions go smoothly, nothing is awkward, and you feel very comfortable with how everyone is behaving with each other, okay? So we're in Toronto. You know, Toronto is surrounded by a lot of water, those of you that are fans of water, and it's coming from the sky right now. So, you know, we have a lot of different people coming here as well, very, very popular, multicultural, very, very multicultural. So, I mean, the fact that you're all here tells you that, you know? And so when we're talking about culture in particular, what are we trying to discuss? We're referring to really the behaviors in everyday life, in society, not just with, you know, tourism and, you know, coming here for a small period of time, but just the behaviors that make us special and the behaviors that make us recognizable across different cultures, okay? Different countries. So that's what we're going to be discussing in brief today. I'll try to get through as much as I can in 30 minutes because, you know, that's the amount of time that we've got. So those of you that are familiar with Canada, you might be familiar with some of the images that I think, that you might see right over here. People that are coming in that purchase souvenirs, they'll probably have something of one of these images on there. You have you have the Canada flag, you have beavers, which is the one with the funny tail. Hockey we love. There's other stuff, Montreal, Toronto, some of the popular cities. Skating, we love skating. Anyone can skate in the audience? Anyone like to skate? Skating? On ice? Yeah? Yep. Okay. Thank you, Akash. Yep. Awesome. Okay, cool. I highly recommend it if you haven't skated before. It's fun. It's a nice pastime. And then in the winter, you'll need something to do, and that is a great way to have a little bit of exercise. And also, you know, you have bears and the moose, which is a very giant animal. If you've ever seen one in real life, don't go near it because it can harm you. So very cool to see, but stay away from it. Very dangerous. So yeah, but these things won't help you get through day-to-day life. You know what a bear is? Congratulations. You know, it doesn't help you if you're having a conversation with somebody. So we're going to talk more about that stuff. And a lot of these things are kind of stereotypical Canadian. This is the stuff that people think of us who haven't been here before, and they think, oh, Canada, okay, bears, polar bears, and igloos, and, you know, weird things like this. But how do you have a conversation? Okay, so we're going to try to, you know, bust through some of these stereotypes. And if you're wondering what's going on here, that is not a window of a car. That is ice that has frozen over a window. You pull the window down and the ice is still there. So you just crack through it. That happens in the winter. So those of you that are driving, look forward to things like this in a couple of months, okay? And what the person is reaching for in this picture is a cup of Tim Hortons, a cup of coffee from Tim Hortons. If you haven't had Tim Hortons before, I assure you that you will look to your left and your right, and there's probably a Tim Hortons within about 10 feet of you, okay? In fact, fun fact, I think it is literally on the corner of our 265 building. We have a Tim Hortons there for you. So if you are interested, as school begins, you can hop over to Tim Hortons, try some coffee and donuts and other pastries and stuff. We love it, and I hope you do too, but if you don't, I understand. It's totally fine. But anyways, let's talk about a scenario. Let's talk about a common situation that could happen in your regular everyday life on the campus. You are walking through the hallway. A professor is walking through the hallway. Okay, you bump into the professor. Professor knocks over all of her papers. Okay, you might say, sorry, I apologize for doing this. Very, very sorry. And then, you know, help pick up the papers. But what do you think? Is there anything else that will happen? You have apologized. Do you know what will normally happen in those cases? The teacher is going to apologize to you. okay? The person that you bumped into will apologize as well. Everyone is going to say sorry, because this is our favorite word in the whole world, is sorry. I have a friend who will always begin any kind of conversation with the word sorry. Go to the groceries. Sorry, I'm looking for the tomatoes. Do you know where the tomatoes are? Sorry, I'm looking for milk. Do you know where milk is? Sorry begins everything, okay? Apologizing is fun for us, I guess. We're kind of weird that way. But yeah, we are very polite. Politeness is something that Canadians enjoy, and I think that if you have that that vocabulary, that word sorry in the back of your pocket as you start your conversations, or it's somewhere in there, apologies are great because they show a little bit of humility, and Canadians and humility, we're big fans of that stuff. So a few things that Canadians like to do. We are polite, like I said. Very, very, very polite. I hope the slides are following me. Yeah, okay, good. Polite, we are ethnically diverse. We like difference, and that's what makes us the same. We're same because we're different, right? And I think we really enjoy that as a city and as a country. And I think we're called a cultural mosaic. I think that's something that Canadians discuss. And we like that everything is made up of many different things, and that's what makes this country special. And I hope that you can see that, and I hope that this is something that makes you feel a bit better about where you're currently, where you're currently at. That's bad grammar, but anyways, yeah, that's just something to mention. We're an egalitarian society. Those of you that have no idea what that means, we like equality. We like being equal. We like people being the same as each other. No one is better than another group of people. Okay, and I think that of you, and I hope you think that of me, and of everyone else that you run into. And we're very tolerant of difference, right? So tolerant of cultural and social differences. Very humble. We are famously humble. We are the most humblest people in the world. Okay, Canadians are known for their humility. And I say that now as a Canadian that's bragging about being humble, but I assure you that it's not always like that. But yeah, this is how we kind of behave. In terms of how you behave in like as you're standing around, walking, body language in general, stuff like that. How do you behave? What's the best way? When you're talking, there are a few things to note. Now, I'm talking to you all. I'm public speaking. Public speakers, if you're ever doing presentations in your classes, you might be a little bit nervous to public speak. And a lot of people that do public speaking might kind of do this and kind of look up and not want to look at people, and they just focus on one thing far away from everyone else and just hope that that's enough. Eye contact. Eye contact is very important for conversations. And this might not always be the case for many people. Some people don't use eye contact very, very often. It might not be you, but it might be other people as well. So keep in mind that eye contact is great. Don't fix on eye contact too much. So for example, if I'm staring at you for too long, the entire presentation, I'm just watching this one person. This is very weird, right? It's very, it's kind of awkward. But if you look at them as you're speaking, you can look around when not speaking and then, kind of focus. Just as long as you express focus in the conversation, that's going to be important. You want to have arms uncrossed. And I'm very guilty of this, actually, to be honest. I cross my arms all the time. But crossing your arms makes you feel like you're nervous. It shows that you might be nervous. You might feel uncomfortable about a situation. So I will often talk like this. And I could be talking like this the entire time. I'm making a very important decision not to do that, because I could very well do that now because I'm slightly nervous because I'm public speaking. But yeah, this happens all the time. Hands out of your pockets. My mother would always tell me, don't put my hands in my pockets when I'm talking to somebody. I would have to take them out. So before I told my mom anything and I was standing like this, she'd be like, up, 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 not listening, and then I have to do this. And then she will listen to what I wanted to say. So that is something that Canadians do enjoy. And also personal space. So this is a weird one. You may not even think about some of these things, but personal space, if you're standing too close to a person, sometimes, it happens to me by accident. I didn't even notice I do this, but I'll be like standing, and then someone is having a conversation with me, and just because I feel slightly uncomfortable, I'll just do this, just by accident. I'll have a conversation. Hey, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Yeah, this is great. And then I just step back once. I don't even know I do it, but Canadians, I think we like a little bit of space between the conversations. I would say, the space between like an arm. If you can't hug the person, perfect. If you can hug the person very comfortably, I would step back a little bit if you can, okay? That would be beneficial for you. So personal space, kind of important. Moving right on. This is all like social interaction stuff, and I think that we're going to be moving into other important things very soon, but I just want to kind of get through some common interaction things. Back in the old days, before there was a virus that was, ravaging the entire world, we would shake hands all the time, okay? Shake hands, high five, all kinds of weird touching. We don't really do that very much anymore. Some people still do, and I think that now that we're kind of moving out of, although we're not completely out of COVID yet, handshakes are coming back sometimes. If you don't feel comfortable with a handshake, oh my gosh, my mouth just didn't work. If you don't feel comfortable with a handshake, you can also fist bump. You might find some people hitting fists all the time. I would call that a dab, but I think kids nowadays call it something else. Dabs are something different. But yeah, just tap the fists. You can also tap elbows. Some people tap like this. You might find some of the faculty will do that with you instead of handshaking. Totally acceptable. They don't mean anything by it or anything negative, but that's something that they might do. You're gonna also, direct eye contact. Don't go crazy with the eye contact, but eye contact will be pretty good. Smiling is great. If you're always sad all the time, why are you so sad? If you're talking about good stuff, smile. If you're talking about bad stuff, try smiling, I guess. I don't know. If you can, that might be good. And then you want to address your faculty. We love first names. We have a first name. So although Mr. and Mrs. or Ms., last name is fine. Like my name is Mark Gonzalez. Some people call me Mr. Gonzalez. That's okay, although I feel a little bit too formal, too professional. I like Mark. Mark is my favorite name out of the names that I have. So first names are great. Teachers are okay with this in most cases, but when you're in doubt, just ask, because honestly, some people might like the Mr. and Professor and Doctor. I don't care about any of those things. But yeah, first names, whenever I was teaching classes, we used first names in the class. So if you want to do that, totally fine. It's not disrespectful, I can tell you that much. You're not being disrespectful, okay? If you give me a nickname, like Marky, I don't know, maybe I would be uncomfortable there. But other than that, it's pretty okay. And personal space, is pretty important. So once you get that handshake out of the way, you get that, whatever this is called, bump out of the way, you're done with the physical contact, and you can just go ahead with the conversation. So in terms of the COVID-related customs, and by customs, I just mean stuff that might be a good idea. We're looking at masks. Now, I see some masks in the audience. Totally fine, not even a problem. I encourage it. I wear masks all the time as well still, especially if I go to Walmart. It's 100% mask all the time. So, if you're not wearing a mask, that's okay, but it's recommended or encouraged to do so, to wear that mask. Vaccination, same thing, but I think anyone in the room that had to get on a plane probably has a vaccination of some kind. If you beat the system, congratulations, but it's encouraged to have the vaccine. I have so many of them, like I say all the time, but I have more vaccine in me than blood at this point because I get so many vaccinations. And, physical distance is pretty important too, okay? So with all that being said, here's a situation that might happen to you if you own a vehicle. So, and let me just make sure I'm on the right slide, yeah. Okay, so you're driving a car, okay? You're driving along, you have a car, congratulations, you just bought your new car, and the road is empty, completely empty for some reason, I don't know why, it's just empty, it's just you on the road, and you get to a red light, okay? Stop at the red light. There's no one anywhere. No one going this way, no one else, just you. You're the only car there. No one will ever, see anything that happens next. You have two choices. You could go through the light, because you're not going to get in a crash, you're not going to hurt anybody. You can just go right through the light. Or you could wait for the light to turn green, okay? So let's take a vote. Who thinks it would be, no problem? Again, no issue, no harm, no whatever, okay? I promise you'll be fine. Who would go through the red light? Just because, it's not going to hurt anybody. Red light? Fans, red light? No one, red light? Green light? Who would wait for the green light and then go through the green light? Yeah? Some? Okay, most of you. All right, then you didn't fall for my trap. Okay, yeah, you definitely want to wait for the green light. Some people might go through the red, and I can tell you, some Canadians might go through the red. I have never done it before. I'd be too terrified. I'm so afraid of rules. So I love my rules, and I would never really do that. But if you ever get that feeling to just go through, I would warn you as well. There are cameras on some lights that might actually catch you doing that. So be careful. Just be careful. Just follow the rules. We love rules. Rules are great, especially in school, and you're talking, I'm the academic integrity officer. My life is about rules, so, totally, I encourage rules. Rules are absolutely great. So, yeah, I think we're running out of customs. So in terms of last couple of notes about customs, we're talking about being punctual, being on time, okay? Following those rules that we set out. So authoritative rules from some kind of authority are always good. Your instructors have rules. The college has rules. Everyone has rules. So if you find those rules, you know about those rules, then you'll never need to worry about them, right? So just be aware of the rules and that they exist. There's probably a rule somewhere that you don't know about. We always give you some kind of literature in that case. And there are some unwritten rules, like, please stay away from me, like, talk, but, not too close. That's a unwritten rule. So, just a few things to keep in mind. And last but not least, probably the most important thing I'll say to you all day, don't litter if you can. Very, very important. Very, very important. Please, if you can, there are garbages all over the place. Don't leave your litter anywhere. That's just one side note. Also, recycle, and stay in school, I guess, or whatever. Okay. So, in terms of communication, you want to make sure if you're speaking, we would love to hear English in the classrooms. Those of you that are learning English, and do we have I think there was someone that was supposed to come today that I might meet later, but anyways, if you're learning English, and English is something that you need to improve and you feel uncomfortable with your English level, this is the perfect place to practice it. I think in many cases you may not have home experiences where you have a chance to speak in English sometimes. And so this is a perfect opportunity to do so. Good practice around here. So I definitely encourage you, if you can, to speak English whenever possible. If you have disagreements with people, which you will, because there's going to be group work, there's going to be maybe a grade you don't like, there's going to be all kinds of stuff that you'll disagree with. The way you disagree is as important as what you're disagreeing about. So if you're handling it tactfully with some sort of diplomacy, or you're not trying to start a fight, then I think you'll have a better resolution than otherwise, okay? In terms of speaking over someone, I've had a lot of meetings where I meet with a student, and then there's like a group of students. One student wants to say something, but another student wants to say something else. Student is talking, yes, well, I think, and then, yeah. Anyways, and then they cut over them, right? And I encourage you not to do that. Just wait for someone to finish speaking and then continue your statements. And nonverbal expressions, they should be non-threatening. I can't really think of a threatening, well, I can think of many threatening nonverbal expressions, but try not to be too off-putting. So crossing arms is one example, right? So if you're talking without crossed arms, that's like one thing to keep in mind. And please and thank you. Please, thank you, sorry. These are the three favorite words of Canadian people. So if you toss a couple of those into your conversation every once in a while, you'll be totally fine. And now let's just move right on. I think we're falling a little bit behind, but we are, let's see. Yes, be a skilled listener. So listen, and you want to make sure that no means no. So don't press an issue too hard. The first no, they probably mean what they say. So no does mean no. Watch out for that. No doesn't mean maybe. No just means no, okay? And you want to pay attention to the tone and pace of your speech. Too fast, they may not hear you. Too slow, they may fall asleep. Hard to say. So, strike a nice balance between what you're saying. And the last thing I really want to say, most importantly about this etiquette stuff, is ask questions. A lot of students don't ask any questions. A lot of students don't ask questions, don't know things, and then make a mistake because they didn't know, because they didn't ask. Your teachers love questions. They love questions. If there are no questions in a class, they feel like weird. Okay, I can confirm as a teacher that it's very weird when there are no questions at all. Either everybody knows, or everyone understands, or nobody understands. So we love questions. Your question will probably help more than just you. It will help other people too. So I encourage questions whenever possible, okay? And, but let's move right on, because we've heard all of these etiquette things. This is how you live in a day-to-day experience. But the next thing to keep in mind is the issue of culture shock. Those of you that are here, who's been here for more than 1 month? More than 1 month? Yeah, a few? 6 months, more than 6 months. No, okay. So you're in the middle of this, just to describe what's going on. You're just over here, wow, everything is new and different, definitely cool. That goes away, okay? That goes away over time. And I just want to point out to you that this is normal. It will happen. Teachers that go teach overseas, they tell them before they leave the country, listen, you're going to go through culture shock, you're going to love it, and then you're going to hate it, and then you're going to be okay with it. Those are the 3 stages. So the first stage is the honeymoon stage. You are in that right now, most likely. I'm just guessing by the amount of people that said, less than a month. You're in the honeymoon stage. Everything is new, interesting, different, but it's a little bit exhausting over time because you're seeing all kinds of stuff. You're being fed all kinds of information. Okay, cool, and okay, give me a break for a sec. Okay, after a while, after about the second month or so, you're going to run into the unfortunate part, which is the resistance. I think we're on stage 2, right? Yeah. So the resistance is basically, and the way I can sum it up, if you've ever read a book that was turned into a movie, and then you're watching the movie, and you're like, wait a minute, this wasn't in the book. This is different than the book. This is not, no, the book is different than this movie. Imagine living that for 6 months. Imagine everything in your life, okay? Your culture is different than this culture, so everything is there. Maybe you can find some things from your home that are here, but they're a little bit different, or you can't find the things that you have at home over here. That's what you're gonna feel, and it's gonna nag on you. It's gonna bother you over time, okay? And this will happen. Depression might sink in. You might feel a bit bummed out about everything. You feel like going back home. You feel like giving up, and you're like, I can't take it here. I just want to leave. That might happen to you. So just be aware of it, that it is going to happen. It's natural. But after that is the acceptance phase, where the differences that occur in your day-to-day life are manageable. You can start to manage it. It's not as significantly painful as it was in that first little period there. So just be aware that it could happen. But if it does happen, there are some ways you can kind of, ease the whole culture shock thing. So exploring is good. Being receptive to the differences, also pretty important. And, a little bit of patience. So if you are patient, it will be getting better over time. Okay, I can assure you of that. And if you feel like this is too overwhelming, many of you are coming here by yourself, not with family, just maybe very few friends, but I would lean on the people around you because they're going through the same thing as well, okay? So networking, making friends with your classmates, keeping in touch with family or keeping that connection open, teachers and also faculty, student services is here as well, so we definitely encourage anyone to reach out to us, and I think there's an email there if you wish, studentservices@cestarcollege.com. If there's no other avenue for you, or if you feel like this is the first avenue you want to go to, then for sure we're here for you. And we've seen students go through this before. We have some experience with it, so I do hope that you can take advantage of some of the services that we offer at the school. Okay, so I'm out of words to say. I've run out of things. I can tell you more stuff, but I could be here for 10 hours talking about Canadian things, like hockey and stuff like that. But anyways, thank you for listening to all this stuff. You'll see me a little bit later this afternoon, but now I'm going to pass it back to Shauna, who's here. Yes, okay, cool. I thought you left. Okay, but thanks, everyone. And, welcome, and have a great day, okay? All right, passing over to Shauna.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so I'm going to welcome those of you who are just joining us. I'm going to be talking about Moodle. Is anyone familiar with Moodle, and have you been in there yet? Yes, awesome. So Moodle is the college's learning management system. It is the place where you're going to get access to everything. This is what it looks like. This is the home page. You'll notice that up at the top you can see that green circle. You're going to be hearing from a lot of people today, and you're not going to remember everything. So just know that you can always go to the top of the screen of Moodle, see those menu items. You can get access to other pages. So you'll see there's information on student services, there's information on co-op and career, there's information on activities and events, tutoring center, you're going to be hearing from them again later on today. And also administration, so that includes academics, textbooks, all of that stuff, policies, and then lastly, some IT, academics is up there, and then IT resources. So just get familiar with Moodle. You'll notice too there's a little green circle around search news. So especially at the beginning of the term, you're going to hear lots about activities that are getting going, clubs getting started, Toastmasters. We do a lot of events here in the atrium, job fairs, which you'll hear about from Peter later today. All of that stuff happens here in this space, but we always post it on Moodle, so you know what's happening on campus. And also remotely. We still do some events remotely, so keep in mind that that's also an option. It all goes on the Moodle page, this news feed in the middle where it says Site News, and just if you see a notice about a meeting or an event that's coming up and you're interested in it, you can always search over in that top right column. You can also see down the side, there's some neat stuff. There's a job board if you're interested in getting a job on campus. You'll see that there's lots of students around the campus right now that are assisting us. They all applied through the job board. So the job board is a great way for you to get involved in the college. There's volunteer opportunities as well as paid opportunities. This also gives you access to the database and My Career Center for any of you who are in co-op. So this is something to take note of, the Moodle homepage. Moodle is not just the space for all of that fun stuff. It is also the starting point for all of your courses. So in order to get access to the courses that you are going to be taking this term, this is the starting point. You also gain access to useful resources, not just in the ones that I mentioned with the menu items along the top, but also all your course materials, all the slide decks, all of your assignments are in there. Everything is in there. Find out how to contact key personnel. So imagine after today you don't remember everything that you heard, which you won't. Make sure that you go in there. You can see who your co-op advisor is if you're in co-op. You can find out how to get supports outside of the college through student services, all kinds of stuff in there. And then this is the URL if you haven't been there. It's also on the Lambton College in Toronto website. There's lots of ways to get in there, but I would just put it in a on your homepage so that you're always, in there on your desktop, so that you're always in there. You can get in there quickly. You should have received information about your login credentials. It looks like most of you have been in Moodle, but if you haven't yet, and we have several people who are joining us from home today, if you have not got into Moodle yet, you'll use your login credentials, and then this is where you end up, the home page. You can see down the left, too, those are all the courses that I'm enrolled in. So the other thing the site news I already mentioned. The one thing that we forgot to mention at the very beginning is that, although Mark may have mentioned it, we are both ex-faculty. We used to be faculty in the college. I've been with the college for 12 years almost. And I started as a faculty member, and these are just some things that some advice that I gave to my students when I had students that I was teaching. Course outlines. So when you go to your course page, which you'll see in the top left corner, that column on the left, when you go to that page, you'll see at the very top, there's a welcome message from your faculty member that's teaching the course. You'll see some other resources there. You'll see some policies. Look at the course outline. The course outline is going to tell you what you're going to be learning in the course. It's got the learning outcomes in there, and they match the vocational learning outcomes of your program. So it's important that you take a look at that. And there's a section in there about evaluations. So you'll see in there all the evaluations that are part of that course. And we match the evaluations to that course outline. The second thing, critical, is the evaluation timetable. The evaluation timetable should appear at the top of the course page. If it does not, and I'm sure Mark mentioned this, you need to speak up. Advocate for yourself. Faculty know that they must provide the list of evaluations at the very beginning of the term. Now, they may change because, if we have a snow day, we may not have one this term, but we may in December. But if there is a snow day, things may get shuffled around a bit. But just know that those dates that are in there, put those in your calendar so that you don't miss an assignment submission date. That evaluation timetable matches the course outline, and like I said, if you don't see it on there in the first or second day of class, speak up. Tell the faculty member, Shauna told me in September or August that this evaluation timetable was supposed to be on my page, and it's not there. Tell them that you want to see the evaluations that are going to be taken, that are expected of you, the expectations throughout the term. And then all the course resources. Download them, put them, make sure that you're taking full advantage of the resources that are available to you, because you're responsible for your own success, right? So just make sure that you're taking full advantage of that. Oh, this is just, I put this in there, this is what the evaluation timetable looks like. It looks the same for all of them, other than the fact that, you know, in this case, this is Pod 3106, which is from our BMHT program. But it tells you exactly what evaluations are due and when. Most of the time, that due date actually says the date. They should be replacing that with the date. But if not, you can figure out the 7th day, I know that I have to submit assignment 4, right? So you should have this for every course in the first couple days of the course, or now. It might even be on your course page now. So I think that's my slides. I'm going to move on to immigration in just a second, but I'm going to just, does anyone have any questions? No? All good? Okay. So we have a different slide deck for immigration coming up? Okay. I guess we'll take a 1-minute breather. I think we're waiting on something. Oh, really? He's already got it. Oh. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about immigration. So as I mentioned, on Moodle, you have access to all kinds of supports. And among those supports is immigration support. So if you have any question about your immigration, your status, we have quite a few people from home who are probably awaiting their study visa. If you have questions about any of that stuff, you can reach out to our immigration team. So we have, you can get access to support any of your questions about immigration. You can get that through email, through live chat. So if you're not on campus, you can access those supports through video chat, or through on campus. Drop in, come to reception. So the doors at the beginning, at the front of this building, that's where our immigration team resides. And you just come in, talk to reception, tell them that you want to see someone in immigration. It's a good idea to book an appointment, because there's 2 and they're busy. So it's best for you to book an appointment in advance. And all of the information on that is on Moodle. We also have several students or not students, but staff who are RISIA certified. So that means that they've been certified Regulated International Student Immigration Advisors. They can also provide you with support. You're going to hear from Tamara today. She's going to be doing the session on student services. So she is RISIA. She is someone that you could talk to if you had specific questions that are related to immigration or work hours or that sort of thing. This is not a great slideshot or snap of the Moodle page, but this is the immigration page. So I mentioned at the top those menus. It's not you have to go into student services. So if you hit student services, there's a link on there to immigration support. If you go in there, you can find out information about, there's some videos, there's links to some very important sites, the IRCC site. There's some information in there about work requirements, compliance, all of that stuff is in there. And you can contact the immigration office to get immigration support through immigration@cestarcollege.com. I mentioned the virtual meetings via live chat. There's also a link there to get access to live chat. So if you're at home and you're worried, you just looked at your study permit and it's going to expire and you're a little bit stressed out, you can go on the live chat, book an appointment, and they will meet with you and give you the support that you need. And again, I mentioned on campus at 271, which is the building you're in right now, in the reception area. So the types of support that they provide. So they'll help you, as I mentioned, with study permits, work permits, entry visa, extensions. Like I said, if something is going to expire, you're going to want to be on top of that. So they can provide you with support in that area. Restoration of status, replacement of lost or stolen documents, because that happens too. Inviting family members. If you're planning on bringing family members to the country, you can get some advice from the immigration team to support you through that. And lastly, PR, because a lot of people have questions about what they need to do in order to ensure that they get that PR status. So these are just some permits or visas, some terminology that you just need to be familiar with. The first two you're probably already familiar with, TRV, temporary entry visa, the study permit, which everyone here would have managed to get. Some people are not quite as fortunate and are still awaiting news on that, but that's probably the most important document. Your co-op work permit, also very important. I'm going to give some information about that. And then, obviously, your postgraduate work permit, which you will get after graduation from the college. Oh, I don't know why that's red, but it's not really that important. The temporary resident visa is, this is the student visa that's placed on your passport. It allows entry into Canada as well as departure and re-entry. It's granted by the embassy that processed your study permit and usually expires at the same time as the study permit. It's good for you to be aware of that one. The study permit is probably the most important one. This is the immigration visa that allows you to live, study, and work in Canada under very strict conditions. Most important, it's probably the most important document that you will be receiving as an international student. It gives you temporary status and is required to obtain a student card, social insurance number, and your work permits, the co-op one and PGWP. It also must be valid for the duration of the program of study that you're in and your stay as a student in Canada. And then, very important, check the expiry on it. During COVID, there has been some strange, dates. It's very difficult to, have everything aligned perfectly. So just keep an eye on the expiry date of that study permit and make sure that you see Melissa or someone else in the immigration team for support if it looks like it's going to expire. The next one is the co-op work permit. How many of you are in a program that offers co-op? Most of you, probably all of you today, because I think the few programs that don't offer co-op are not scheduled to be here today. The co-op work permit is required for students that have an internship or a co-op term in their program of study. You must have that on record. If you don't have it yet, you can still get it, but you need to start that process early because it can take quite a bit of time. So if you have questions about this, you can speak to someone in immigration, but you can also speak to your co-op advisor. Again, where do we find out where our co-op advisor is? Who our co-op advisor is? Where do you find out? It's on Moodle. So you go to Moodle, you click co-op, it lists the advisors and the programs that are assigned to those advisors. We have 5 advisors, I believe, 4 or 5 advisors. So just make sure that you know who your advisor is and you can reach out to them at any time for support, co-op advising. But again, you can also reach out to the immigration folks for this sort of thing. The co-op work term is valid only, the co-op work permit is valid only for your co-op work term. For most of you, that's your final term. If you've not received the co-op work permit and will be doing co-op as part of your program, you need to apply immediately because it takes a long time, or it can take a long time. The validity date should match your study permit, and then if you have any questions, again, reach out to immigration or co-op. And then this one, the postgraduate work permit, is it there? Yep. This one is critical. This is what many of you are striving for. So I'm not going to go into too much detail on this one, but I think you all know that this is the goal. And in order for you to be eligible for that PGWP, you must have completed at least 8 months of a program. You must have maintained full-time status throughout the program, and you must have received an official transcript or official letter that you have met the requirements of the program. So it's important, critical that you stay on top of everything that you need to do in order to get that PGWP. So I mentioned about compliance, again, Red, I don't know why, but compliance requirements, so these are just things, notes of things to take note of now that could be challenges down the road. So just know that there are ramifications to studying part-time. Know that there are rules about working while studying. There are rules about scheduled breaks and full-time work, whether you can work when you can take on full-time hours, or when you're maxed out at 20. When you're studying, when you're on a study term, you need to stick to the 20 hours if you want to get a part-time job. Many students do. There's lots of opportunities in and around the college area. What happens during unscheduled breaks? What are the rules of that? What happens if you're suspended for some reason? And how do you get restoration of status? So these are things that trip some students up, and just things for you to take note of. And what can cause some of those things? So a low GPA, you need to keep the GPA up. A failed course. If you have any personal issues that are kind of weighing on you, and I think that that's happening to a lot of people as a result of COVID. It's been a very, very difficult 2.5 years. Illness or financial problems. Just know that there is support, and I know that Mark mentioned that if you ever need support because you're homesick or dealing with culture shock, you can go to the student services team for that support. Same here. If you feel like you're at risk of failing a course or having a low GPA, make sure you're reaching out to student services. We have people on staff who can support you, and we have a tutoring center, Sahil sitting over here. You're going to hear from the tutoring center later on today. Free tutoring, about 25 steps from here. So if you are in a situation where you feel that you need that additional support academically, reach out to the tutoring center and they will help you. Just a few, how are we doing on time? Ooh, good. Just a few notes on COVID. So we did get an update on August 25th from IRCC, but some of this has been in place for a long time. Students must be vaccinated. I suspect everyone in the room today was vaccinated. Sorry, my watch is going off. All travelers must use the ArriveCAN app. So for those of you who are traveling, have not traveled yet, we have several people who have joined us from home. When you decide that you are traveling, once you get your study permit and you have all your ducks in a row, just know that you need to be vaccinated and you need to use the ArriveCAN to document your travel plans. And then the extended distance learning measures have been put in place starting August 25th is when this was announced. So although we are excited to bring everyone back to campus and we are telling students that you must be on campus, we know that there are delays with the study permits, and we are accommodating those students for this term. You will be receiving an email on this. Those of you who are not in the country right now, you'll be receiving an email on this, as will everyone in the room today. You'll be receiving an email later today on what are the implications of that August 25th announcement. But again, we're thrilled to be back on campus, and we want everyone on campus as quickly as possible, but we also recognize that there are things that are out of our control, and there's a lot of delays with the study permits. Since we are now back on campus, we're encouraging all students to travel as soon as they can. So if you're at home, when you get that email, if you have any questions, reach out to us, but we want you to get here as quickly as you possibly can. Again, that email, because if you use that email, it goes into our ticketing system. It's the same as going to the support site on the homepage of Moodle, and someone in immigration will reach out to you if you have any questions on any of this. Any questions? Any other questions? Yes. It's a co-op. It's called a co-op work permit. You can see that if you go to there's a link on the immigration page. If you go to that link, you will see the difference, but it's the same process to get it. Yes? Student card. You will be getting a student card. I'm not sure what the plan is for that. Pardon me? Front desk. Go to reception and probably speak to Ash. So in this building, if you make your way through the maze to the front, they'll give you information about the student card. Yeah. Anything else? Awesome. Okay, have an awesome day. I encourage you to go to your information sessions around the lunch hour. I'll be in those rooms. I hope to see you all there. But other than that, that's bye for me for now. But have an awesome day.
Thank you, Shauna and Mark. So now we'll take a quick 10-minute break. You guys can go around. There's also the washrooms are on this hallway, the other side of the hallway. We'll regroup at 10 o'clock for co-op and career services / employment in Canada. All right? 10-minute, we come back. Thank you. So we're gonna start in 3 minutes. If we can ask everyone, go back here in the atrium for our next session. In 3 minutes, if we can ask everyone to get their seats and get settled. Volunteers, if you can ask all our students to come back, we will start our session. Thank you. All right, we're going to start now, so we can ask everyone to proceed inside. Don't worry, the companies, the booth will be here all day until Friday if you have more questions, but we have to start our sessions. So next up, we have someone from Co-op and Career Services to talk about employment in Canada and, of course, your co-op for the specific programs. Let's welcome Ms. Pam Chan.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing today? Good? All right, happy to hear that. So I want to welcome all of you here to Toronto, to Canada, and most importantly, here to Lambton College. We are so glad you guys chose this to be your home for the next 2 years, and I'm happy to get to know each and every one of you throughout your course here at the college. There's a lot of wonderful things for you guys to look forward to. One of them is being our national dish called the poutine. Has anyone heard of that before? Yes? No? If you haven't yet, I would highly encourage you to try it out. It is French fries, cheese, and gravy. It's so simple, but so utterly delicious. So you have that to look forward to, and you also have the cold to look forward to. So I'm sure all of you guys are here from warmer countries, so get excited for the snow, the icy rain, the falling over on the pavement. That's all going to happen to you, because that happens to me at least once a year, if not more. So I'm so excited for you guys to experience all of the wonderful things that Canada has to offer. As mentioned, my name is Pamela Chan, and I am one of the 5 co-op and career advisors here at the college. So I will be talking to you guys about the whole co-op process, along with some of the information regarding the Canadian labor market today. All right, so if you guys want to take a picture right here, this is the list of all of our contacts here at the college. So again, there's 5 of us here. So there is Brian Messias. He is the manager of the co-op department, and he is responsible for overseeing CCBT, SCMT, and FSQT. There is also Diana, and she is the co-op and career advisor for BMAT, CPCT, CPMT. There is also myself, again, my name is Pamela, and I oversee MADT, MMDT, MMPT, PMIT, and PMLT. We also have Peter, who oversees BMHT, CSAT, FPWT, and he is actually at the back right over there. So Peter, if you can give a wave. So if any of you guys are for that program, Peter is your go-to representative for all things co-op and anything regarding the Canadian labor market. Last but not least, we have Andrea, who oversees AIMT, OHST, QEMT. So by now, you guys should be very familiar with the alphabet because I pretty much went over them all with our program course names, right? We also have our co-op and career advisor email, so that's if you want to just reach out to any one of us, you would just contact career@cestarcollege.com. Okay? All right, so what do the co-op and career services department do? So we do offer one-on-one appointments, and they are predominantly regarding the topics of resume critiquing. That is probably the #1 service that we offer our students. So being that you guys are all international students, this would be the topic that I would highly, highly, highly encourage you guys to reach out to your CCAs for advice for. So I'm of Filipino descent, and I think I see some Filipinos in the crowd as well. But in our culture, when it comes to resumes, you have to include your photograph on there, along with your date of birth, sometimes your gender, your parents' information, you name it, that's always on our cover letters. And I remember when my dad came here, my stepdad came here to immigrate, I saw his resume, and I'm proud but also embarrassed to tell you guys that I ripped it up. Because I knew that that type of resume would not do well in the Canadian labor market, right? Those things like your picture, your date of birth, those are all grounds for discrimination, right? People can easily discriminate you because on how you look, how old you are, your gender, you name it. So you don't want to be giving employers a reason to discriminate you when they haven't even gotten a chance to get to know you yet, right? So that is why if you guys have any of those, and I'm sure it's not just the Filipino culture who has that, there are other areas of the world who also follow those same protocols for resume writing. You do not want to do that here in North America, especially within Canada, okay? So if you guys have any of those things that I just mentioned, please go back to your CCA and book that appointment ASAP, because you're not only going to need them to help you land your co-op job, but even if you're looking for your survival job here in Canada, because even Tim Hortons won't be looking at those types of applications. Okay, so again, please make sure you book an appointment with us. Other things that we offer is cover letter critiquing. So just like with your resume, those go hand in hand in your application, right? Even if an employer is not asking you to submit a cover letter, it is still very good practice for you to complete one, okay? One of the reasons for that is because people hate writing cover letters. People absolutely hate it, more so than they hate writing resumes, right? So if you're one of those people who are willing to give them that extra bit of time to create an extra document to support your application, it helps you stand out ever so slightly more, okay? The other thing that a lot of people don't realize with cover letter writing is that it's an opportunity for you to showcase your personality, right? That's for you to start talking about your story, your passion, the reason why you want to go into this industry, and so forth. So that's why it's really important that when you submit your application, not only do you have a fantastic resume, but you have a standout cover letter as well, okay? We're actually going to go into a bit more of that a little later on. But we also do some job search assistance, so helping you figure out how to navigate, again, the labor market, where some jobs are posted, things of that nature. We also have online presence feedback. So by now, if you don't have one already, you should all have a LinkedIn account. Does everyone, yes? I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Okay, fantastic. So that is something that's been happening very often now. Employers, when they are considering you for an interview, they are probably also Googling you up as well and checking out your LinkedIn profile. So if your LinkedIn profile is not up to date, it's not, again, standing out, then that's going to be a detriment to your job search, so which is why you need to make sure you reach out to us, okay? My whole point on this slide is for you to contact us because we want to talk about these things. We are probably the only people who will get excited to edit your resume, okay? I know Peter loves to talk about resumes, right? And that's why he considers himself one of the most boring people on the planet, because he actually gets excited about resume talk. But I also do. I don't know if you can hear that in my voice, but I love resumes. I can actually go on and on about that, which is why we're going to move to the next slide, because it's going to keep taking up time. But my point is, please reach out to us. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you contact someone else who may have taken that photo, okay? All right, moving right along. So what else do the career and co-op advisors do? So we provide career and employment development services and resources to co-op students. So some of the things that we go over, again, like I mentioned, is the resume, cover letter, and other job search critiques and documents, assistance with interview techniques for your work term recruitment. So again, for most of you, ideally you're gonna have a co-op course as your final semester. So if you guys ever need help with your mock interviews, again, please reach out. We would be happy to give you some tips and tricks on how to ace those interviews. We also make sure that there is suitability with your work term employment opportunities. So we are the ones to approve your co-ops, right? So we will be monitoring to see what your responsibilities are and making sure that they are in alignment with your studies here at the college, okay? And we will also be monitoring your co-op term. So again, if you have any issues, concerns, anything of that nature that happens during your final semester of co-op, then please reach out to your advisor, because we are the mediators to help you and make sure that you succeed during your co-op term as well. Okay. We also do ongoing development and delivery of the CPP 1001, and that is actually a mandatory course for any co-op student, right? So in that course, we go again over things. I'll go over all things related to the job search market, but in a lot more detail. That course is roughly for 10 weeks long, and again, some of the CCAs do teach that course, right? Be forewarned, if your CCA is your instructor for this course, fantastic, you have someone extremely and highly knowledgeable of the industry, but also it might be a bad thing because we critique a little bit more harshly than the other instructors because we know, again, what the labor market is like and all of those details. We will also be conducting classroom visits for term 3, so you guys will be seeing myself, Peter, Diana, the whole team at some point during your term 3, so that way we can go over the entire co-op policies in greater detail with you guys. Okay? And again, there's the career services, so related to marketing materials and job searching. And like I mentioned, there are the one-on-one appointments that you can book with your CCA via the My Career portal. Okay. All right, so appointments with your co-op advisor. So there are 2 ways for you to book an appointment with us. The main and the priority would be for you to go through the My Career Center. That's where you can see all of our different availabilities and book a time slot that is convenient for you and for us, so that way we can meet. Right now, most of the appointments are being done still virtually, but if you want to have the option of doing an in-person meeting, you're more than welcome to request that by your CCA. Okay? The other one here is that if you're not able to see the availabilities or there's something there that you need to have a more urgent meeting for, you can also request an appointment via email to your CCA. Okay? In that email that you send to them, make sure that you include your name, your student number, and your program. Okay? The reason for why you want to be meeting, and then a list of some of the possible dates and times, so that way we can try and accommodate your request. Okay? So, to book in a meeting, this is the My Career portal. Again, I highly, highly encourage you guys to get familiar with this portal, because it's going to be one of the main ones that you use, especially during your 3rd semester when you are looking for co-op jobs and so forth. Okay? But basically, you just go onto My Career, you select co-op, you select appointments, and finally, book by appointment provider. From there, you're going to see a list of the different names available. Again, ideally, you want to be booking with your CCA because they are the ones more knowledgeable about your particular program. Okay? So you can see someone's name there. Click on that advisor's name. And from there, you will be able to see a list of all of their available appointments. Once you click on a date and time that is suitable for you, you will also be able to select what type of appointment you need support with. So whether that be resume, mock interviews, job search, LinkedIn, you name it, you can select what kind of appointment you are looking for from your CCA. Okay? So again, fairly straightforward process. Okay. So, My Lambton email. So this one is really important. That is the only email that we use to communicate with you by, right? So you guys should have them already. It's your student number at mylambtoncollege.ca. So whenever you guys are corresponding with anyone here at the college, again, especially your CCAs, please only use your MyLambton email. Do not use your personal Gmail accounts and so forth, because we are technically not allowed to be responding to those. Okay, so please only use MyLambton. You guys should also be checking that on a regular basis, because that is our main form of communication with you guys as well. So whenever there are any updates, resources that we want to share with you, we will be sending them through your MyLambton email account. All right, so again, please make sure you're checking that regularly. So advisors send out all the information about your co-op. That might also be, we're working on finalizing that one, but that has been where we send out your co-op eligibility letters. So again, please make sure you check your MyLambton, because I can't tell you how many times students have told me, I'm co-op eligible, but I can't find my eligibility letter. Where is it? And I tell them, did you check your email? Because I sent it on this date at this time. Please go back into your inbox. Right, so again, please make sure you are regularly checking that. And then lastly, career services and co-op questions must come through, again, your MyLambton, so that is your main form of communication with us. All right, so you're setting up your email for success. So again, MyLambton is your main email account. And the other thing that you want to make sure you are doing, and please pay attention to this one, because this is very time-consuming for us, and which delays us responding to you. But please make sure that you create an email signature. Does everyone here know how to create an email signature? Yes and no? Okay, so your MyLambton email is the same thing as any Outlook email account. So within that, if you guys go to File, you will select Options, and within Options, you can click Mail, and within Mail, there will be an option for Mail Signature, okay? That is where you want to include, again, your name, your student number, and most importantly, your program code, okay? Us advisors get inundated with numerous emails from students, and if all you provide with me is your first name and last name, I need to go look up your first name and last name on our system, and there's some of you who have multiple names, like that are duplicates, and so it's really hard to find you, and so the response time becomes longer, right? So please make sure that you include your program code along with your student number in your signature. That way it is a lot easier for us to find you, okay? I'll speak from my own experience when I'm going through my emails, because that's something that I do on a daily basis. But when I'm looking through my emails, the ones who provide me with these three information are the ones that I respond to first, because I don't need to go looking them up in our database, comparing notes and all of those things, because they're provided me with their information at the very beginning. So if you're looking for a faster response rate, make sure you have that built in as well. That also goes for you guys when you're contacting your instructors, okay? So again, for myself, for example, I teach a CPP course, and I teach multiple CPP courses. So that's a co-op introduction course. If you just tell me I'm one of your students from CPP, I'm going to tell you, thank you, fantastic. I teach multiple CPP courses. Which one? Right? So again, it delays me actually addressing your concern, because I'm going to have to figure out these other information from you. Okay? All right, moving right along. So expectations on your co-op work term. So there are your credit requirements. So making sure that you adhere to the contract dates of your co-op. So if you guys have a co-op from September 9th until December 17th, you want to make sure that you are adhering to those co-op dates whenever your co-op term actually starts. But that's just to give you an example. But you want to make sure you're adhering to those contract dates. There is also going to be making sure that you complete a minimum of 420 hours. Okay, note I said minimum, not maximum. So for some of you guys, you're going to be earning a lot more than 420 hours during your co-op term. That is not a problem. We actually want that, because more hours means more experience, and ideally, if it's a paid co-op, more money in your pocket, right? So making sure that you adhere to that one. You should be working full-time, so that's roughly 30 to 40 hours a week, no less than that. We do not accept part-time for a co-op. Okay? There are also going to be online modules that you have to complete. So during your final semester here at the college, you do have your co-op that you need to be working, which is, again, full-time hours. But in addition to that, you also need to be completing online modules. So those are more reflective-based questions, asking about how your co-op experience is going thus far, right? So they are very simple. They're only 200 words or so, so a small paragraph. But as long as you're getting that done, you'll be able to graduate from your co-op term. Okay? And lastly, there is also going to be a submission of your final work term report. Again, we will go over this in a lot more detail during our Term 3 visit to you in your classrooms. Okay. All right, so the co-op preparation course, so that's that CPP 1001 course. Again, I mentioned that one. That is where us and some of the instructors will be coming in to have this, to be teaching this course. It is a 10-week course that happens again in Term 2, so you will get a lot more information about the labor market, an entire class dedicated to resume writing, LinkedIn, networking, you name it. We will go through a whole lot more information during the CPP course. I will make note that the CPP course is a graded course, so it does impact your GPA. So please do not take this course lightly. There's a lot of students who consider it to be an easy course, or a bird course is sometimes the terminology for that. It is not an easy course, okay? And again, you really want to take this seriously, because from the students who have taken this co-op program seriously, they've actually shared with me that this is one of the most important courses that they take during the college. Because if you guys don't know how to effectively market yourself, if you don't know how to create that outstanding resume, how are you going to get a good job, right? If you don't have that good job that's in line with your career, how can you apply for your postgrad work permit? How can you apply for permanent residency when that is ultimately what your goal is here in Canada, is it not? It is. So that's why. Please make sure that you take this course seriously, absorb as much information as you possibly can from it, so that way you can have that successful future here in Canada. So we will also be going over policies and the co-op search resources. There's the marketing materials, and again, the networking skills, and so forth. All right, so the My Career website, again, like I mentioned, this is something that you guys really want to make sure that you become highly familiar with. So in this website, like I mentioned, you can book an appointment with your advisors. Here you will also be able to find some part-time positions. So for most of you guys with your study permit, you are allowed to be working 20 hours per week, right? So you can be working what's typically considered your survival job. So if, again, working at Walmart, Tim Hortons, and so forth, you'll be able to find some of those postings on our career website, but under career services, not co-op. You can also find information regarding some events, so if there's any job fairs that are happening, things of that nature. Again, you can find that on My Career, but under Career Services, okay? Where it differs is once you guys enter your third term at the college, that is considered your search term, okay? Because that's when you'll be looking for your co-op for your final semester, and you'll be able to find co-op postings, so listings that we have a partnership with in some employers, you'll be able to find that under co-op, not career, okay? So there's two main sections that you want to focus on. There's career services and co-op. Co-op is where you'll find the co-op postings along with booking appointments. My Career is everything else for career services. Okay, so this is what the front page of the My Career Lambton site looks like. Again, you want to log in. You're going to be using your student number, just your student number, and your password is the exact same as the one on your My Lambton. So Moodle is something completely different, so make sure that it's just following what your email information is. Okay. All right, so again, this is what that looks like once you log in. You're going to have the dashboard, you'll have career services there, and there's also the overview. So again, you'll be able to see the different things that are available, like the events and the part-time jobs that are available. Right, and then we also have the co-op tab. That's the one that you'll be using when it comes to booking appointments with myself or any of the CCAs, along with a listing of the different job postings that are available. So those are the two main sections that you'll be overseeing once you're on the My Career site at the college. Okay, so here are again, so there's going to be some My Career events. So we do host employer showcases. So that typically happens again during your third semester here at the college, where we'll have our employer partners come in and you'll be able to have a little chance to get to know them, to see what they're offering, the types of resumes that they're looking for, the qualities, and so forth. So that gives you that opportunity to get to network with our prospective employers to try and land you that job during co-op. Okay. We also have a co-op fair every term, and there's also, again, listings for external fairs to let you guys know where the jobs are available here in Canada. Okay, so has anyone heard of the hidden job market before? No. Okay, so you guys are in for a rude awakening. So the hidden job market is something very real here in the Canadian labor force. okay? But basically what that means is that 80%, catch that number, 80% of jobs are not advertised, okay? So that's why we have the picture of the iceberg here, right? So with the iceberg above the waterline, you only see a very small part of it, but below the water, it becomes this huge, massive block of ice, right? Has anyone heard of the Titanic? Yes? Okay, that's exactly what happened to the Titanic, right? They only saw that little tiny tip, didn't realize there was so much more underneath. They got a hole in their ship, and you guys know the story after that, right? So again, it is extremely, extremely important that you guys learn how to effectively network, okay? Because networking is really the only way for you to tap into that hidden job search market. And I'm actually gonna tell you a quick story here. So like I mentioned, 80% of jobs are not advertised. The only way to access them is if you're in the know and you have someone referring you to those jobs. So I'm gonna share a story with you about my husband. So my husband, he used to work at a bank. It was called CWB. So he was working there and he decided, you know what, I wanna do bigger and better things, and he decided to leave that company. After he left that company, he went to join another bank, which he hated, and he decided to go contact his former employer and be like, hey, I made a mistake, can you please take me back, right? So thankfully, that bank, CWB, really liked him as an employee, and they ended up creating a brand new job for him to go back into, because his existing job that he used to have was already filled. So this company made a brand new job just for my husband. But guess what? They were not allowed to just hire him outright, because that would be showing favoritism. And the companies cannot do that. So what did they have to do? They had to post this job on Indeed, on LinkedIn, for people to be able to apply to it, so that way they can show they were an equal opportunity employer. But like I told you guys, they made this job just for him, right? So they already had someone in mind for this job, but they still had to post it on Indeed, on LinkedIn, where thousands of people applied for that job. Thousands of people spent time to create their resumes, their cover letters, not knowing that that job was already filled, right? So that's what I mean about jobs being hidden. So even though they might be advertised, you don't know if that company already has someone specific in mind. So that's why it's so important for you to network. And that hasn't only happened with my husband. That's happened with another student here at the college. They're actually doing their co-op right now with Best Buy, okay? What happened with them was they were applying for the typical positions that was advertised on LinkedIn. They contacted the talent acquisition specialist, and they were doing some communication over LinkedIn. The talent acquisition specialist told them, you know what, I understand you're a co-op student, but Best Buy, we don't really do that, so I can't hire you for this position. But that person from LinkedIn ended up really liking the student, and she referred him, she connected him to the CEO of Best Buy. And that's how we started networking with the CEO. The CEO, again, was so impressed by our student, he created a job just for that student. But again, had to go through the process of posting those jobs, knowing that it was already filled by someone else, right? So again, networking is crucial. Networking also takes a lot of time, right? So start networking now, so that way you build those connections, and if you have that good connection with someone in the company, they're more likely to refer you, okay? And if you have a referral, your application goes a lot further than if you were just applying to a job market, like just to a job board, okay? One of the other things, so we'll go into this one, but I'll come back to that one. But one of the other things that I want to go into is your resume, okay? So when you are applying for jobs the traditional way, so again, going on LinkedIn, Indeed, and submitting your resume application, you are going to be going up against the ATS, the big bad ATS. Has anyone heard of that before? No? Yes? One? Okay. So ATS stands for Applicant Tracking System, okay? What happens with this system is that it will compare your resume to the job description, and it's going to generate a report. If you have a low score, they will not entertain your application, Okay? This is something that I go through with every single student that meets with me. I will put your resume through an ATS, and most students, if they are lucky, will get a score of 30%. If you are an employer, if you saw someone submit an application and it was scoring 30% and everyone else was scoring 80, would you consider hiring that student?
Not at all.
Not at all. Would anyone here consider a 30%? No. So if you're not considering an 80%, why would an employer? Right? So think about it from the employer standpoint, and that's why you have to make sure you tailor your resume effectively and why you must book an appointment with your CCA. Okay? Because that is something that we're going to go through. Okay, just to come back a little bit because I went out of turn. All right, so what is networking essentially? Because again, that is how you tap into the hidden job market. Networking is meeting new people, making connections, building and maintaining the relationship. Okay, it's not enough for you to just send a friend request and leave it at that. You have to make sure you're maintaining communication. So speaking to them, asking them for their advice and so forth, learning about the job. Those are things that you want to be talking about with your networks, so that way you, as the prospective job searcher, know what it's like in that industry and what skills you need to succeed, right? So what better source than someone who's currently working there right now, right? So keeping in contact and an ongoing process. It's reciprocating the help, so both of it being a mutually beneficial relationship, and being authentic and real, okay? No one will hire a liar, right? So again, be honest about what you have to bring to the table, what your shortcomings are, because then if you have any shortcomings, they can help you identify how you can improve upon that, right? You can't fix something if you don't realize it's broken. So again, reaching out to those people. What networking is not is shaking as many hands as possible. Again, it's not making as many connection requests on LinkedIn. That's not going to get you anywhere, right? So again, it's making those quality connections. It's never about asking for a job, okay? And that is a common mistake that I see a lot of students make, is they'll reach out to a recruiter and be like, hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm studying, project management. I'm very familiar with Waterfall, Scrum, Agile, so-and-so, and now I want a job. Can you hire me? No. Because they don't know who you are, they haven't gotten a chance to get to know you, and already you're asking for a favor, right? Would you give a favor to someone you don't know? No, right? So again, that is not what networking is. Networking is you building that connection so that way you both get to know each other. If a friend asks you for a favor, would you support them? Yes, okay, he hesitated a little bit, but no, so yes, you would, right? And that's the same thing with recruiters, right? They're more likely to help you out if they had a chance to get to know you. But if you're a complete stranger, why would they do so, right? So that's the same thing with networking, okay? It is also not a scripted process, so you never want to just copy-paste the same thing over and over again, right? Again, recruiters get a lot of messages from people, so if yours sounds like a copy-paste, again, they're not going to give you the time of day, okay? It's also not the same for every job seeker, so it does change from time to time, right? And it's not an immediate process. Like I mentioned, networking does take a lot of time, so get a head start on it now while you still have time before your co-op search starts. Okay, so here are some resources for you guys to reach out to. So again, I'll let you guys take a picture if you guys want to, so that way you guys know where you can access some of these supports. So we have some networking sites like the Young Professionals Network, the Hip House, Meetup, and 10,000 Coffees. We have some job search websites like Indeed, Aluda, LinkedIn, and Talent Egg. And there's also some local events. So there's Eventbrite, the Canada Job Expo, and Peter's News Jobs. Okay, so these are some useful websites that you guys want to go to in order to try and tap into the Canadian labor market. Okay, so some email etiquette. So again, this sounds pretty common sense, but you'd be surprised how many students come up with very poor email etiquette. Okay, so one of the things that you want to make sure of is that your email to anyone is typically your very first impression that they're forming of you. So if in your email you have a bunch of spelling mistakes and so forth, it is a bad look on you, right? So making sure that you know how to create these proper emails. So as part of your studies here at the college, you guys have access to Grammarly Premium, okay? I'm immigrated to Canada back when I was 4. I've been here for almost 25 years now or so, and I still need help with my grammar. Okay, and I've been here for 25 years. So for you guys who just came here maybe a week or two ago, I would highly encourage the use of Grammarly Premium. okay? That can also cost you the job. So imagine if you write on your resume that you have excellent written communication skills, and the next bullet point after that has a bunch of spelling errors. Is that excellent communication skills? No, right? So that can cost you the job as well. So please make sure that you take the time to use Grammarly Premium. Other things when you are emailing people is that make sure that you are referring to the person in the appropriate manner, right? So using the proper prefixes, so sir or madam, Mr. or Mrs., right? And then including their name as well. You never want to just send an email with the person's first name because that is too informal and they have not given you that permission yet, right? So again, making sure that you address them properly. The other thing as well is never send a blank email. So there are some emails that I receive from students where they put the entire body into the subject line, right? So it's a completely blank email because everything they wrote was on the subject. But I'm not really looking at the subject, I'm looking at the context. So if I receive a blank email, guess what I'm doing to that email? Trash, thank you, right? So then a student will then contact me being like, Miss, I sent you an email last week and you never responded. And I'm like, what email? Your email was blank, right? So again, it sounds like it's common sense, but you'll be surprised what some mistakes that people do, right? So making sure that you include your information in the body of the email. Okay, so some cover letter information. So the purpose of the cover letter is to introduce yourself and inspire employers to want to meet you, right? It's a chance to demonstrate your communication skills, and like I mentioned, it's a chance for you to insert your personality, insert a little bit of an anecdote, your life story, what's your passion, what got you into this field, right? Those are things that they want to know because they already know about your qualifications and so forth on your resume. So this is a completely separate document that supports the information that you've provided, okay? So for your cover letter, you are no more than one page. It is one page maximum, right? And you are always using standard business letter format with your name and contact information at the top. One thing that I really want to highlight here is that your name and your information must be in the actual body of the Word document, okay? Never include it in the header, okay? The header, the ATS system that I was talking about, might not be able to read that, in which case all that information disappears. And let me tell you another horror story that I have. So back when I didn't know anything about job searching, and I was trying to fit all my information on one page on my resume, I put my contact information on the header. What I didn't realize was that depending on the type of version they have of Microsoft Word, that header disappears entirely. So I was submitting my application without my name, without my phone number, without my email. And there I was sitting wondering why no employer was contacting me, because they had no idea who I am or how to reach out to me, right? So I cannot tell you how many resumes I sent out without my information on there. And I never learned about that until one day I opened up my resume on my mom's computer and I was like, where's my contact information? I know I put that there. And that's when I realized it's because of the version of Microsoft Word, depending on what they have and what you sent it as, it completely disappears. So you don't want that to happen to you. Learn from my mistakes, guys, okay? So making sure of that one, and then it's written in full sentences and complete paragraphs. There are no bullet points, no tables, no columns on your application, okay? Bless you. And then again, just a quick introduction here. Nobody buys what you do, they buy why you do it. So show your why. Like I mentioned, you want to express your passion, your enthusiasm for the industry. Because if all you're talking about is, again, I know these softwares, I have this experience, they've already read about that on your resume. So how is your cover letter any different? It's not, it's the same copy-paste, right? So you have to treat it as a supporting document that highlights your personality, okay? All right, so some stuff about your resume. Again, for here, it's to highlight your relevant education and experience, right? Like I mentioned, if you have any of those photos, date of birth, things of that nature, get rid of them because those are not acceptable here in the Canadian market, okay? So for your resume, it's really only 2 pages maximum, okay? And you also need to, again, include all your contact information and so forth on there. This is where you're allowed to include bullet points, so that way it's a lot easier for the employer to read and sift through your different information, okay? The other thing that you want to make sure that you're doing is you tailor this document to the job posting, okay? Like I mentioned with the ATS, what it does is it will scan your resume and compare it to the job description. If you are sending the same copy-paste resume to every single job, that is why you will score 30% on your application. And like you guys all agreed, no one would interview someone scoring 30%, right? So keep that in mind. Also, too, the ATS likes very simple, plain text resumes. So you want to make sure you don't have any fancy bullet points, no tables, things of that nature. Because if you include a table on your resume, that table completely disappears on the ATS system. So you might as well submit a blank document, because that's what the ATS is seeing, okay? Same thing with the type of submission that you are sending out. An ATS cannot read PDF, okay? I'm going to say that again. An ATS cannot read a PDF document. So if you are submitting your application as a PDF, again, you might as well send a blank document because it's completely empty to the eyes of the ATS, okay? So unless they otherwise state, you always submit as a Word document, okay? All right. Oh, sorry. Also, no templates. Just that last point right there. No templates on there because, again, an ATS cannot read that as well. Okay? All right, so important tips. So answer the below question, why should I hire you? When communicating with employers, focus on what the benefits are for them in hiring you. Okay? Show the value you bring to the position by showing the value you have gained from previous experiences. Okay, so this is something that I've had a lot of students mention, where I'll go through a mock interview with them and I'll ask them, why should I hire you? And they'll say, oh, it's because, I really want to gain some experience, I'm really dedicated, and because of that, I'm going to be a great fit for you. But they haven't actually given me any information, right? So you want to talk about what benefits, what are your value adds, how are you going to improve the lives of that company? Because that's what they're interested in. Right? They're not interested on how they're going to benefit you and how they're going to help you get your PR here in Canada. They don't care about that stuff, right? They want to know about their bottom line and how are you going to help me achieve that? How are you going to help me save money? How are you going to help me make money, right? Those are the things that they're interested in, and if you can showcase that to them, all the better. That's the reason why you should be the one hired for that job versus someone else. Okay? All right, so are you eligible for co-op? So for co-op eligibility, you must have a GPA of 2.8 or higher by the end of term 2. So we only consider your term 1 and term 2 marks for co-op, and it must be 2.8. If you have a 2.78, I'm sorry, that's not the eligibility requirement. You go into the WIL project. 2.8 is your magic number, so memorize that. Okay? So with that one, you also need to make sure that you've completed all your courses and that you've also passed your CPP course, right? Again, that's a graded course, so make sure that you do well in that one. Making sure that you have all your fees paid, right, and up to date. And again, all of this stuff is determined at the end of your term 2. But in order for you to go into your co-op term, you still need to make sure you pass all your courses in term 3 as well. Okay, so what is the timeline for your time here at the college? So term 1 and term 2 are essentially the same thing, right? So you need to make sure that you have your study permit. Again, you can be working 20 hours with your study permit. You can be working your part-time, so up to 20 hours, right? You also want to make sure you're maintaining your GPA of 2.8 or higher in order to go into co-op. And in your term 2 is when you complete your CPP 1001, okay? There should be no restrictions on the type of work that you have. And what your priority should be is always on your studies, so that way you have your GPA to be eligible for the co-op term. All right. Then you also have, after term 2, you will have your break semester or your drop semester. That's what some students refer to it as. During this time, you can be working full-time, but it's also a great opportunity for you guys to continue to start networking, so that way you have a job that you can transition to your co-op for your 4th semester. And that's what a lot of students try and do, is they find a job suitable to their co-op for their program, so that way they don't have as much stress to worry about in term 3. Okay? During this time, again, you can be working full-time. You want to network, do some industry research, attend job fairs. You can also take up makeup courses during this time, and this is the only time where we will consider these courses for your GPA. So let's say, for example, your GPA at the end of term 2 was 2.5, right, and you really want to try and get into co-op. You can take a makeup course during your break semester, and that will now add to your GPA. Okay? If you think you can try and do a makeup course during term 3 to increase your GPA, you're sorely mistaken. We do not consider term 3 marks for your co-op. Okay, it's only term 1 and term 2, and if you do a makeup course during your break semester. Okay? So you have those ones, and then you also have your term 3. So again, it's pretty much a repeat of the previous terms, but in this term is when you need to be looking for your co-op jobs. So you need to make sure that you are checking My Career, looking at the co-op opportunities listed there, and actively pursuing for your co-op. One thing that I really want to note, guys, and this is something that's been happening to some of our students, is that if you do not, for your 4th semester, your co-op semester, you must have a co-op work permit. So when you guys arrive to Canada, that should have been issued to you. If it has not been issued to you, you must apply for it ASAP, okay? Because I think the processing time right now is 150 days or so, and so if you wait last minute to apply, you're not going to be able to do your co-op. So even if you find a fantastic co-op earning $100,000, if you don't have your co-op permit, you can't do co-op. Okay, so please make sure you have that available to you. Okay, so again, for co-op eligibility, so co-op is your final semester, guys. That's term 4. So for co-op eligibility, again, you have to be enrolled and successfully completed all your courses before co-op, have that magic GPA of 2.8, and completed your CPP 1001 and paid all your fees. For those of you who have a lower GPA, so less than 2.8, you will be going into the WIL project for your final semester. Okay? So again, that's pretty much for everyone. For your final semester, you're either WIL project or co-op. Okay? Less than 2.8 is WIL, 2.8 or higher, co-op. Okay, so your work permit, so again, you guys should have this already available to you. If you do not, then please contact Melissa Harris. She is our immigration consultant here at the college, and she is completely free, right? So if you guys have any questions regarding your immigration, you need advice, contact her before going to an expensive lawyer, okay? Because she is part of what you guys have paid for, so you have her as your resource. So please take note of her contact information so you know how to reach her. Okay. And that's it. Any questions? Nope, all good? Awesome. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pam. All right, we're going to take a break, and then we'll come back here in 5 minutes. We're going to start our next session before our light refreshment break. We do have some snacks after the next session, okay? So 5-minute break, and we'll come back. We have the director of Lambton College in Toronto and student services for the next one. Thank you. If you can have the volunteers here, please come here at close to the computer. The volunteers, please come here close to the computer. Our student volunteers. We're going to start in 3 minutes. We're going to start in 3 minutes. Please get ready to settle down and join our last session for the morning part of our day, our last session for the morning session. Thank you. So we're going to start in 1 minute. If you can ask all the volunteers to please call our students. So we're going to start now. We can ask all the volunteers to call our students. And also volunteers, let's remind the booth behind there, because we're going to start the session. We can hear them from here. Make sure to remind the people behind there to settle down. We're going to start our last session of the morning. All right, to finish off our morning session, I would like to call on our director of Lambton College in Toronto to say a few words to all our new students. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Morning. How are you? My name is Michael Varakis. I'm your director. I just need your attention. First of all, I want to find out a little bit about you. Which country are you from? Hold on, Colombia. Very nice, beautiful. Welcome. Buenos dias. Okay. Turkey, excellent, welcome. India, awesome. Philippines, awesome. Where else? Mexico. Mexico? Brazil, fantastic. Excellent. What other countries? Honduras, excellent. Welcome. What other country? Peru, excellent. Very good. I just saw a nice documentary on Peru. Beautiful country. Which other countries are here? That's it? Okay. We've been around since summer of 2011. We started with one program and 30 students, and 11 years later, we've had over 18,600 graduates since that time, and students from over 50 different countries. We currently have 21 programs in business, health, and technology at both the undergraduate and postgraduate level. So welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. We're so happy to have you here. A couple things I want you to know. We've got a lot of talented staff and administrators and instructors that are here to assist you with what you need. They can't do your homework, but they can help you. And we understand what international students are looking for. Here's the top three. Number one, you want to get a 2-year credential, which gives you a 3-year postgraduate work permit. Number two, you want to get a job related to your program of studies. And number three, You want to get your PR, permanent residency. Who's on that plan? Who's on that plan? Everybody, okay? We understand that, and we're here to help. The first thing that I suggest to you is make sure you network right from day one. Who has LinkedIn? Okay, excellent. Invite me to your LinkedIn. Once I see that you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, I will accept you. On my LinkedIn, you're going to see over 10,000 graduates, students, educators, employers, instructors, and you can ask them, how's Lambton College? How's Canada? How's this industry? Learn from others' successes and mistakes. I strongly suggest that you do that. The number 2 thing I strongly suggest that you do is you download the Grammarly Premium we have for all our students. You never have a second chance to create a first impression. You want to get a great job? You got to get an interview. You want to get an interview? You've got to have a great resume and a cover letter. And if it's full of spelling mistakes and grammatical errors, no one's going to give you a chance, okay? Please, please, please make sure that you do that, okay? These are 2 things that are available to you among many resources that we have. Lambton College in Toronto, we have the top visa approval rate in the past 3 years. So when, as a student, you say that you're coming to Lambton College in Toronto, you're on the top of the list. You know why? Because our students are excellent and our graduates are getting phenomenal jobs. We work with over 5,000 employers and our students and grads are in demand. So we're all here to help you. We're all here to assist you. We're all here to make sure that you're as successful as possible because we need you here in Canada. You've bet the farm to be here. You spent a lot of money. Your families have supported you, have done a lot of things for you to be here. It's a struggle, but I'm going to tell you this, it's worth it. Canada is a country that was made by immigrants, and that's why we're one of the top 7 nations in the world. We value what you're bringing to the table. We're here to help you. We're here to assist you. We're here to do anything possible to make sure that your dream of coming to Canada comes true. Thank you very, very much. I wish you all the best. And now I'm going to pass it over to my colleague in Student Services, Tamara Estwick. She has a lot of great information. Now, we're streaming live on YouTube, so you can see this presentation. I'm watching it from my office, too, when I'm not out seeing students. It's phenomenal. So thank you very much. I hope to be able to speak to you in person. When I see you down the hallway, tell me your name. I want to make sure that I pronounce it the right way, okay? Take care of yourselves. All the best. I have the pleasure to introduce Ms. Tamara Estwick.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Toronto, welcome to Ontario, and welcome to Canada. I'm so honored to have you guys here. I am a student services advisor. I work closely with all of you. Some of you might have sent emails already and I might have responded. If not, send an email, I most likely will respond to you. Thank you so much for being here in the cold, not cold, but humid, raining, gray weather. I'm going to do a presentation for you today on student services, what we do to support students, how we play an integral role in your academic success, and I'll give you some pointers on what you need to do to be successful to ultimately get your PGWP, your PR, and your Canadian citizenship. Okie dokes. So student services, what do? Multiple things. First thing, we help. Any issues that you may be experiencing academically or personally, you can come to student services for help. Assistance, so help and assistance, kind of the same thing. Supports, Some of you may be dealing with or will be dealing with mental stress as a result of being an international student, having to comply with different immigration rules. Then you're looking for work, then you're trying to go to school, then you're trying to have a social life. You'll need supports in order to make it here in Canada, particularly Toronto. Toronto and Canada are two different things. Once you travel, you'll understand what I mean. Tips. We also provide you tips on how to be successful. For myself, I have a lot of connections in the community. So if you need any kind of community supports, resources that are culturally specific or linguistically specific, I can assist you in that. Guidance. Guidance, assistance, help, same thing, just different words. And advice. So the word advice is in my role as an advisor. I provide you with advice on how you can become successful. However, ultimately, you are responsible for your success. So an overview, can you guys not hear me? No, okay, my bad, sorry about that. So overview, contacting student services I'm gonna discuss, areas of advisement and services that we offer, and student systems and portals that you should be using on a daily basis. As you know, a lot of our communication is electronic. Therefore, the information is electronic or digital. So you were gonna get into the habit of checking your academic portals, your personal portals, your student portals. Okay, so how do you connect with student services? If you wanna take out your phone and take a picture of the email address, or you guys might get this presentation in some format, the email address is studentservices@cestarcollege.com. Again, studentservices@cestarcollege.com, and we ask that you send only one email. We have 3 to 5 business days to respond to students' queries. So keep in mind, there are 6,000 plus of you, and imagine 6,000 students are sending emails, and you send an email every day. If you're good at math, imagine 6,000 students sending one email every day to student services. It's going to delay our response. So send only one email to what email address? How many emails do you send? And how long do we take to respond to you? Thank you. 5 business days, excluding weekends. So business days is Monday to Friday. Okay? We can also meet you online if you prefer. Some of us are hesitant to meet in groups in offices due to the COVID pandemic. So if you want to make an online appointment, we can do that, but we can also meet you in person. And we have various hours for walk-in and online that's posted on Moodle. And I'll explain what Moodle is later on. So Student Services is the college's information hub. What does the college information hub mean? So if you have any questions relating to any department, usually students email student services first, and then we refer you to an individual or a department for assistance, okay? We don't know everything, but we can get the answers for you by referring you to the appropriate department or individuals, okay? So again, just to summarize, direction to other college services areas, academic departments, and faculty, and information and clarification on Moodle posts. So because there are 6,000 plus of you, we will not be sending you guys individual emails about certain information. So we use Moodle as a social media platform to communicate with all of you. So I would get into the habit of checking Moodle daily because there's always announcements. It may not be a user-friendly platform, but it is a platform that we use to communicate with all students, so please get into the habit of checking Moodle regularly. Health and wellness. Health and wellness is a topic that's super important to our college. As I mentioned at the outset, many of you will be experiencing multiple stresses as a result of being new into this country, trying to adapt and understand how things work, particularly the Canadian education system. You may be coming from countries where the education system and the evaluation of your knowledge is different. That brings on a lot of emotional stress or mental health stress. So we are here to assist you. I have many years of experience counseling people who deal with mental health issues. Again, if you prefer to go to a cultural specific or linguistically specific organization in the GTA, also known as Greater Toronto Area, relative to where you live, we can refer you to those services. I highly recommend that you use those services. Why? As international students, when you purchase things, you pay taxes, right? And a lot of the taxes goes towards community services, such as mental health services. You are permitted to utilize those services. So if you don't use those services go away. So I'm not sure how the social safety net is in your country, but here in Canada, particularly in Toronto, we pride ourselves on supporting people. So if the funds are there and if the supports are there for you, please take them. Please take them, okay? Harassment and bullying. You may experience in the classroom harassment and bullying, peer-to-peer harassment and bullying, instructor to student harassment and bullying, those kinds of things. We take that seriously. Please report to student services if you feel any sense of harassment and bullying. That's a no-no here. That's grounds for suspension from the college, pending investigations, right? So you really, really do not want to harass or bully anyone and don't want to be the recipient of those things either. So as I mentioned, community services, resources, and referrals that we can provide to you. We do one-on-one advisement for those who are comfortable meeting with us in person, or we can meet with you virtually. Academic support, so college policies. I'm not sure if you guys will receive in some kind of portfolio different handouts, including student policies. If not, please get familiar with the Lambton College website and look at student rights and responsibilities. Again, student rights and responsibilities. Those are the policies that all students must follow. If you're in breach of those policies, again, that's grounds for suspension from the college. And you don't want that, particularly as an international student who wants to apply for their PGWP and ultimately PR and Canadian citizenship. Academic appeals. So some of you may run into a situation where you got a grade from an instructor that you disagree with. So the first step is usually to go to the instructor to discuss why you believe the grade that you received should not be that grade. Sometimes the instructor will not budge. They'll say, that's the grade you earned, that's it. You as a student have a right to appeal that grade. So it's known as grade appeals. There's a fee for that. It's $25. And then you will be presented in front of a panel of 6 people. You argue your case as to why you believe you deserve a higher grade. The instructor argues their case as to why they gave you that grade, and the panel will ultimately decide in whose favor, whether it's the student or the instructor, and that decision is final. That's an extreme example of what can happen if there's a grade disagreement, but know that you have the right to appeal your grade. There's just a fee associated with it. And for an overview of Lambton College policies, of course, you cannot get access to that email address, but hopefully website, but hopefully you'll receive a package that has links to different policies that I've discussed. If not, be familiar with the Lambton College website. Registration and finance. So one arm of student services is registration. So we deal with registration when it comes to tuition charges and payments. So those fees are not set by student services. They are set by the finance department in Sarnia. So what I want you guys to do by the end of today is to check your My Lambton account to see if you have an increase in fees. Because some of you were asked to pay 2 terms of tuition fees, while others were asked to pay 1 term. Just an FYI, fees increase every fall term, and the fall term begins in September. So the fees that you might have paid were fees to secure your seat as a student at LCIT, Lambton College in Toronto. However, there may be an increase to your fees right now. So at the end of today, I would like you to check your My Lambton account to see if your fees have increased, okay? We also deal with makeup courses. So a makeup course is a course that a student would take if they failed a course or if they need to increase their GPA either to graduate or to be eligible for co-op at the end of their 3rd term. We also do group selection, timetable increase, refunds, and withdrawals. So if you have any questions about your finances, who do you email? Student services. What's the student services email? It's right there. And how many emails do you send? Awesome. So we also talk about academic scheduling, breaks, and leaves. Some of you may need to take a leave from your studies because life happens. We understand that. But you just inform us just to cover your bases, because any leave that you take can affect your IRCC status and your application for the PGWP, okay? Transfer credits. If you've taken a course back home and a course is being offered here that's similar, you can apply for a transfer credit. In other words, you don't have to take the course should that course you taken back home is the same or similar to what's being instructed here. Okay? So if you're interested in that, send an email to where? Awesome. Other things too that it's important, dates and deadlines. I wish that you guys had something tangible where I can give you the website that you can bookmark. That website will tell you all the important dates and deadlines, from when your tuition fees are due, when transfer credit applications are due, break week, information like that, you bookmark to your internet browser. I wish I had that for you. But again, you can email student services for that. And fee receipts. Fee receipts are super important that each of you should download. Why? Because some of you might get emails or requests from IRCC to prove your international student status. And part of that is downloading your payment receipt that you can send to them to show them that you've paid your fees, okay? My Lambton is where you access that information, your My Lambton account. So program progression. So I mentioned that student services is integral into the success of students academically. So we discuss program requirements. What is required for you to take in order to pass your courses and ultimately graduate? Course prerequisites, so courses that you need to take to pass in order to take another course. Transfer credits, I've already talked about that. And graduation, which is your ultimate goal. So in order to graduate, you need a GPA of 2.0. If you do not have a GPA of 2.0 by the end of your studies, you will have to return. And returning means you have to extend your study permit, which costs right now $150. And that's for 4 more months of studying. So you gotta pay rent, you gotta buy food, you gotta do all those things. So I mention this so that you really, really work hard so that you don't have to extend your study permit, because it's expensive, as you know. International student fees are really, 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 really high. So you wanna avoid, as much as possible, repeating a course or extending your study permit. So who do you go to for support so that you can avoid all of that? All right, student account updates. So you guys will be familiar with something called the Cestar database. The Cestar database is where you can access your personal information. The only thing that you cannot do on the Cestar database is change your name. So if you would like your name changed for any reason, was it captured incorrectly? Did you get married? Did your name change? Do you want to add a name that's on your government ID? You would send it to student services with proof of your name, which is a government issued ID, whether it's passport, whether it's a driver's license, and in the case of marriage, a marriage certificate. But students can update their mailing addresses and their email addresses, but not their names. Conduct and complaints. So part of the student rights and responsibilities is the way that you conduct yourselves while you're on campus and in your classes. You are held to a high standard of accountability. So how you behave is an extension of how you will behave in public. When you do your co-op, for example, when you go to work on your, off campus. Students who are found to be in misconduct in terms of their behavior may be issued a behavioral contract that goes on their file, which can affect your ability to graduate, which again goes to IRCC. In the classroom, you'll learn two things: what to do and what not to do. Okay? Both of those things are equally important. What to do and what not to do. Okay? So if you see questionable behavior occurring in your classrooms, whether it's amongst peers or instructor to peer, feel free to contact student services. Okay? If you have any complaints, first step is go to your instructor. If it's not resolved, then you come to us. Student services. Okay. How many of you here would consider yourselves leaders? How many of you would consider yourselves a follower? How many of you neither? Okay. Good answer. Depends on the situation. Indeed. So for those of you who want to secure a leadership role, which goes towards your co-curricular record, in November 2023, we will be recruiting for Student Council. Student Council is the liaison between college management and students. Each Student Council member will be representing their program, so they'll be taking concerns from their program peers to the council, which goes to the upper or the executive branch of the college to discuss student concerns and queries to make things better for students. If you are interested, there will be an ad that's posted on Moodle in November. You will need to submit a resume and a cover letter outlining the reasons why you want to be part of Student Council. Okay, so that's a super leadership role. Okie dokes, before I proceed on the student portals, are there any questions? I know this information is overwhelming. You've been sitting here for a really long time being inundated with information. If you have any queries about what I've said, where do you send your email to? All right. Okay, so let's discuss. There's 3 student system portals, but there are actually 4. And the 4th one is the one that you probably will be using the most. So the first one we're going to discuss is Cestar database, followed by MyLambton, and then the Web Advisor. So students use the Cestar database to view and update their personal information, excluding their names, as I mentioned before. It shows you how to view and select courses in groups, so you'll have access to your timetable through the Cestar database. And you can view your unofficial grades. So you're like, what do you mean unofficial? Aren't grades official? Kind of. So at the end of a term or at the end of a course, your instructors will evaluate you and assign you with a percentage as well as a grade, a letter grade. Those grades are posted to the Cestar database and considered unofficial. They're unofficial because they have not been audited by the main campus in Sarnia to confirm that you've actually completed the course. Remember, you are students of Lambton College, but you're studying at the Toronto campus. So once your official grades are unofficial grades are uploaded, there's a grade file that is sent by the registration team to the main campus in Sarnia that does an audit on each of your courses and to ensure that the grades are captured correctly. Your official grades will be posted on your MyLambton. So official Cestar database, no, unofficial Cestar database, official MyLambton, okay? So when you first log into the Cestar database, you will log in with your student ID minus the C0. So in this example, the student is C06819998. When they log into the Cestar database, they will log in using 681998 minus the C0. Then their initial password is the first letter or is their last name. Once you've logged in initially, you have the opportunity to update your password, and I encourage all of you to update your password, because if I know your last name and you haven't updated your password, I can log in and pretend I was you. So ensure that you change your password, okay? Here's where you would view your unofficial grades. So that's an example. This screenshot is an example of how you would view your unofficial grades. So this student was pretty awesome. Okay, so this is going to be you guys. No makeup courses, no extension of your study permit. That's you. Okay, so that was the Cestar database. The second portal we're going to talk about is My Lambton. My Lambton is probably the second portal that you will be using most frequently. So, a little different to logging into the Cestar database. You're going to use your full student ID, including the C0. So on the Cestar database excludes the C0, on your My Lambton includes the C0. So this example, C068190. The password will be available to you by your My Lambton access letter that you would have received already or should have. Once you've logged in, please ensure that you change your password because again, if someone knows your information, they can log in, pretend they're you, and manipulate your information. You don't want that. So what can you access on My Lambton? Your program map, which you can also access on your Cestar database. So the program map will tell you which courses you will be taking each term. Okay? Your enrollment letter. This is very important. Student Services does not issue enrollment letters to students. You can download it from your My Lambton. Why is this important? Many of you will get messages from IRCC. They want to confirm that you are still here in Canada studying and they need proof of enrollment. You download your enrollment letter and you send it to IRCC. Okay? Payment receipts, again, important. IRCC may ask for proof of payment. You can download it from your My Lambton. Transcript requests. Another document that you may need to submit to IRCC is your transcript because they want to see that you've taken your courses. They also want to see the grades that you've achieved. Will they use your grades to determine if you're eligible for a PGWP? Honestly, I don't know. I don't think so, but you never know what an immigration officer is going to use when they're evaluating your application. Okay, but as long as you've got a 2.0 GPA and you graduated, you submit for your PGWP, you can still get it, okay? And your My Lambton email, you will access your My Lambton email account from your My Lambton account itself. When you're emailing Student Services or any other department or instructor, you must email from your My Lambton email, not your personal email. There will be no responses to you if you send an email from your personal email. You have a My Lambton email account, please use it. Okay, an example of how you would log into your email account. So your email ID or your student number ID at mylambton.ca and followed by your password, and you would be given this information in your My Lambton access letter. All right, any questions about those two databases? Yes. Sorry? Yes, yes, yes. So the question is, can you log into your My Lambton email from your cell phones? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Or any device. Okay? Any other questions? That was a good question. Any other questions? Okay. So, introduction to WebAdvisor. What's WebAdvisor? So WebAdvisor is linked to your My Lambton account. WebAdvisor is linked to your My Lambton account. So just like your My Lambton account, you can view your account balances, your financial account, you can make a payment for your tuition fees. There are 5 acceptable payment methods. So you guys are just entering your term 1. If you have to pay term 2 fees, there's 5 acceptable payments. 1, you cannot pay in person. And 2, we do not accept credit cards. I mention that because those are the 2 main frequently asked questions when it comes to how do we pay our fees. Sorry? Yeah, we don't accept no credit cards. So if you would like information on what payment methods we accept, You can send an email to where? Awesome. And we will attach, there's 5. I should know them off of heart, but I'm not going to say it out loud or say it because you guys will be like, whatever. So ask for the email or ask for the document, and we'll send the email to you. You can also download tax forms. Tax forms are important. So when I was in university 20 years ago, as a domestic student, international students never had access to downloading tax forms. Now, the government of Canada introduced something recently, I want to say in the last 2 years, where international students can file their taxes and claim their tuition fees. So for you guys, so you start when? In September, so next week. You've paid your fees for the 2022 year. So by, I want to say February 2023, March 2023, you should be able to go to your WebAdvisor account and download your T2202A tax form. And that tax form you would use to file your taxes. So in Canada, the deadline to submit your taxes is April 30th of every year. So you as students, if you start working this year, you've paid your fees for this year, you'll be able to download your tax forms and submit it to, what is the Revenue Canada or CRA so that you can get taxes back or money back. It'll make sense. It'll make sense. Trust me. And then on your WebAdvisor, you will find information on course requirements for graduation. Any questions on this slide? Or any questions about the tax forms, works, anything like that? Cool. So WebAdvisor, as I said, is accessible through your My Lambton account. So there should be a hyperlink on your My Lambton that says WebAdvisor. You just click on that hyperlink and it will take you to this screen. And as I mentioned, you can view your financial information on WebAdvisor. What I see looks different from what you see. So if you have any questions about how to read your financial account, you send your emails to where? Awesome. So here on the, remember I talked about official grades? This is where you would see your official grades as well. Okay? Why is it important? Sometimes the grade that you see on the Cestar database is different than the grade that you see here. And you're like, Tamara, why? Because after the audit has been done by the main campus in Sarnia, they can see if there were any discrepancies when the instructor uploaded your grade. And then what happens? The grade appeal. I disagree because on one system it says I got an A and the other one says I got a B. Okay? So it's very important to check your grades, to see that everything is in line. Okay? The last system I'm going to talk about is Moodle. Moodle is very, very important because this is what the college uses to communicate with all of the students. So you want to get into the habit of checking Moodle daily. Daily. So you can take a picture of that link. Bookmark this onto your internet browser. Moodle acts as a central hub for all other portals students will need. So if you forgot the website address to the Cestar database, to your My Lambton, to WebAdvisor, you'll find a shortcut on Moodle on how to access those pages. So students can use Moodle to access student portals, as I mentioned, access all related information such as course outlines, contact information for instructors and classmates, group discussions and video presentations. So when you guys start your classes, your instructors will tell you to go to Moodle to access certain information, such as your course curriculum and information related to your courses. Just a tidbit of information. Here's a tip. If you want to contact your instructors, here's the email formula. First name dot last name at cestarcollege.com. So if you know the name of your instructor and you want to reach them via email, the formula is first name dot last name cestarcollege.com. Okay? And again, this is the platform that you use to access news and announcements from the college. So this is sort of a screenshot of what the Moodle looks like. On the right-hand side of the screen is where you can access all of the other student portals if you forgot the websites, okay? From Web Advisor, My Lambton, My Career, the Cestar database. You can access it on Moodle. At the top of the screen has various departments that you can get their information. So student services, co-op and career, student council, tutoring center, etc., IT resources. This is quite redundant, but I will move on. So important note, students must access Moodle prior to the first day of each course. Again, students must access Moodle prior to the first day of their course. Students should check Moodle regularly for any course or college announcements or updates. So for example, if your instructor is sick and can't come to class, they will post a note on Moodle. Okay? So save this link to your internet browser. So remember I was talking about dates and deadlines? That's the link. So if you want to take a picture, you can, but this is the link that you will save to your internet browser because it will tell you all the dates and deadlines you need to know at the college, okay, for each term. So you're starting in what, fall 2022? And you should be done by fall 2024. So the dates and deadlines will be posted for all of those terms, okay? All right, so that's it for me. Any questions? Yes. Sorry? So it might be an issue with your device. But you might be able to open it on your laptop or another smart device. So sometimes it depends on your device where you might have issues, or you can contact the IT department for supports. So if you guys need the IT department's email address, get a pen out or you can type it in your phone. It's IT support, ITSUPPORT @cestarcollege.com. So if you're experiencing any glitches with the Moodle or Cestar database, you email itsupport @cestarcollege.com. Any other questions? Okie dokes. Thank you, folks. Have a great day, and I look forward to seeing you throughout the terms. Thank you.
Tamara. So next we have a break until 12:45. So in the cafeteria, please feel free to grab some snacks. We'll regroup at 12:45. Make sure to go to the right room to meet your program coordinator. All right? Thank you so much. Have a nice break. All right, we're gonna start the next sessions in a few minutes. If we can ask all the volunteers to call our students around and remind our program coordinators, we're gonna start the next sessions here in the atrium. We're gonna start the next sessions in a few minutes. Please proceed here at the atrium for our afternoon sessions. We're gonna start soon. Please proceed here at the atrium. Thank you.
bring all the students to the atrium. Please bring all the students to the atrium. Volunteers, please bring all the students to the atrium. We're gonna have our student success program, student success support program at 1:30. Please bring everybody in the atrium.
All right, we're gonna start in a few minutes. If you can ask all the volunteers, the new students, to please proceed here in the atrium. We will start the next sessions, our last sessions for the day. The last part of the day, the last few sessions. We're gonna start in a few minutes. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. We are asking our students to kindly have a seat as we are about to begin our afternoon sessions. We're asking you to take a seat as we begin our afternoon sessions. We're asking everyone to come forward. Hello, could you just have a seat for us, please? Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon. How is it going so far? Are you enjoying it? Hello? All right. I want to know if you are listening to me. Whenever I reach the number 3, I want you to say 3 for me. All right? 1, 2, 5, 4, 7, 8. Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. We are happy to bring to you this afternoon session, and we have a number of information to give to you this afternoon. I want you to please, especially this one that is coming up now, Student Success and the Tutoring Center. Now, if you want to be successful, we also have to be quiet. And I am waiting on my friend that is sitting at the back there who is talking and waiting on my friend to listen to me. Hello, friend. How are you? Good. All right. So we have this success. We're talking about student success on the tutoring center. And so we want you to listen carefully because many of the students we have had who have become very successful here at Lambton College, Toronto, actually use this center. Remember, using this center has nothing to do with how poorly you are doing in your academics. I've seen persons who are excelling well in their studies, but they still need that extra content or that extra session to make sure that they're doing well. And at this time, I'm going to call upon the team from the Tutoring Center to now come and present to you student success on the Tutoring Center.
Thank you, Jamid. So, good afternoon, guys. How are we doing all? All good? Yeah, can I have the energy coming from you guys, please? Perfect, perfect. So I'm Kush Gupta, and I'm the operations coordinator at Tutoring Center. I'll be helping you guys going through all these student success programs that we are having at Lambton College. So first thing first, it's an umbrella. We are having so many programs here. So first thing is Tutoring Center. The other thing, Writing Language Center. I'm going to give you the detailed brief about this thing, like how it is benefiting you and how it can help you throughout your career, throughout your Lambton College journey. Early intervention, I'll be having my colleague here to explain you better with this thing. Acuplacer, VCare, and CCR, co-curricular record. So I'm not the only one who is into the tutoring center. We have our team, 3 mosquitoes. Prince Sharma, who is the mentorship and coordinator, and he's also the program coordinator. I take care of the operations into the tutoring center. And Sahil Wadwa, my colleague, he's the student success counselor. So you must be wondering, like, what is tutoring center? What's going on in there? Like, it's like a common, like a class going on, or what is this? Like, you may be having so many questions with that. So let me just tell you that Tutoring Center at LCIT Toronto is designed to help students who are underperforming and who are having challenge with their academics. Because we are coming from the different backgrounds, different countries, you must be having it's quite obvious to have a challenge in their studies. You don't know, maybe like you're not able to understand the pattern of the examinations. Maybe you missed the class, so what you gotta do is you gotta keep up with the topic, keep up with your course. So we have Tutoring Center. It means your seniors, they are volunteering their time for the juniors so that you can study better, you can score better, and help in your academics. Our purpose at Tutoring Center is to help students in their academics and their career at each step in every way possible. Whatever we can do with the help of our Tutoring Center and the volunteers that are tutors, they can help you guys throughout your career. What are the services that we have for by the Tutoring Center? One-on-one tutoring, so you can book the session with one of the tutors who are very skilled, who are qualified, and they have got good GPA, and they are very skilled in whatever they are teaching. So we have certain requirements how to be a tutor, and we have been taking care of the back end that thing. Group tutoring, so you can come up with your peers, with your friends. You can come and you can have the session with the tutors. Workshops, we will be having all the workshops coming in the atrium and also in your classes. Mentorship program, so we also run a mentorship program in case like you're feeling something, in case you're having any kind of challenge that we can help you to grow mentally. We would be there to mentor you and put you in the right way. So second thing, Writing Language Center. Hello guys. So second thing, Writing Language Center. Because as I mentioned earlier, we have students coming from different countries. They are not very good in speaking proper English that is required. So what you have to do is just book the appointment, just reach out to Writing Language Center. They can help you in English writing, editing, and communication skills. So if you feel like if you have any exam coming up, if you see that there is any communication gap that you're having, definitely that's the center that you have to go. You can go book the sessions, feel free to ask any question, and they will help you throughout your English make easier. The other thing which your Writing WLC Center does is reducing the academic integrity by offenses by educating you on the different patterns, the Canadian patterns, and helping you what not to do in your exams, what to do in your exams. They're gonna give you the tips and help you with this thing. Help students to enable professional and corporate communication. So when you're going out from the campus, when you're graduating, you will be needing these kind of skills so that you can help it and you can go ahead and do some rock and roll in your career. So the first question, you would be curious about this thing, like how to book the appointment. What are the things that you can do? Okay, these are, we have tutoring center, we have WLC center, but how to book the appointment? Like quite obvious question. So what you have to do is log into your Moodle. When you go to your Moodle, there is a ribbon on the top, there is a navigation bar. Click on the tutoring center. There is an option that is clearly visible, which says click here to book the appointment. Go there and follow the process. It's very simple, and use your college email ID, not your personal email ID. It's not going to help you in booking the appointment. Always use your college email ID. I would ask Sahil to come forward and more about the early intervention that we have at the tutoring center and go through with the process. Okay, hi Sahil.
Thank you so much, Kush. Hi everyone, how are you doing? My name is Sahil Vadwa. I'm Student Success Counselor at the Tutoring Center, and I deal with early intervention and acupressure. So what is early intervention? Early intervention, as the name suggests, we intervene early to make sure the students who are performing low, who are having low attendance, low grades, we prevent them from failing. So this was only for undergraduate programs before, that is business and CPCT, computer programmer. But now we are expanding it to even more courses. And intervention, when we see that a student is not having good grades, is underperforming and is missing classes, so we send them an email and we ask them what is going on. We understand the situation, and then we assist them. We provide them tutoring services. If they're having any problems with any courses, they can come to us, book a session, have classes, and basically preventing them from failing. And we have overall reduced the failing grades quite a lot in past few years through the early intervention programs. And next thing is we have acupressure classes. So what are those? Those are for the BSNT and CPCT students. They are for English and mathematics, as many of the students struggle with their English and their mathematics, as they are important part of their program. So they have a lot of problems with that, and they are not able to find right assistance, so we help them with that. So how it works is, in the first term, we have English test for the BSNT students, and in the second term, we have test for mathematics test for BSNT and CPCT students. So we conduct the test, and if we see a student is scoring under average, we provide them mandatory classes to our tutoring center. And this assists them with their English and mathematics skills. We help them polish their skills, provide them extra classes so that they don't struggle in their professional life and wherever they go and throughout the course. And for the next part, I'll invite my colleague Prince Sharma. He'll be going over to the next slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sahil. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello, everybody. How are you? Pretty good, pretty good. A lot of information on the very first day, right? You guys getting it? Note it down. Who's our director? There we go, I gotcha. Who's our director? Michael Varakis. Okay, who was the previous presenter? Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so it's like, you can like 30 minutes but not far. Okay, no problem, no problem. It's too much information on the very first day. Myself, Prince Sharma, and I am the coordinator of mentorship and tutoring programs. So I manage tutoring centers, CCR, help in the orientation, academic clubs, early intervention. Now you see up there academic clubs. Anybody from project management? Quality assurance? No? Oh, quality assurance, 2 students. Okay, I'm gonna go one by one because this is very useful information for all of you, even if you're not belong to that club. So first we have the project management guild. That is for the project management students and the construction project management students. So these students form a club in 2018 and work with the project management professionals. Do you want to get a job? Right? In your field, right? You gotta have a good network. So this is the opportunity to be in the good network. Project management professionals, they conduct the consistent workshops with the project management professionals. The external stakeholders come to college, deliver the presentation on what is going on in the project management. This is the change management era nowadays. So you got to know about the active project management. The second, and you can always join them by sending an email to me, prince.sharma@cestarcollege.com. I'll definitely share that. But before I share, let's go to the second club. That is Google Developer Student Club. Anybody from the technical programs? Any language? No? Okay. Third is LCID Business Caucus. FPWT, Financial Planning and Wealth Management. 1, Business Management. HR Management. No? Okay. So what is Business Caucus? Few students came to me and they say, hey, there is project management, there is quality management. Why don't we have anything for the financial planning, wealth management, or business management? And I go like, okay, come up with a plan. Student Shabaj, named Shabaz, he came up with a plan. He said, this is the whole plan, that I want to have a LCID Business Caucus, where all the management students would come and have the internal workshops. Did you guys interested in the articles? You guys read articles? That's what they're going to do. They're going to write the articles. We're going to have the external stakeholders who belongs to financial, CIBC Bank, RBC Bank, Scotia Bank, or any other field related to finance or the business management, would come here, deliver the presentation to you guys. It's all about the network. Joining the academic club is all about the network. It's all about keeping the knowledge that you're getting in these 2 years of span. The third is the LinkedIn Learning Hub. How many students are on LinkedIn? Raise the hand. Freely raise the hand. Don't be like, it's you. Okay. So LinkedIn is very important tool in Canada. Okay. I never had a LinkedIn tool 10 years ago, but sometimes think I should have. But now we have. So we have over 7,000 LinkedIn learning licenses, which is free of cost to all the students. There are 11,000 courses for the Lambton College students. 11,000. That's a lot. That's a lot for the students. So we provide this license to all of the students at free of cost until you finish your studies. And if you want to continue having that, you got to come and see me. Give me the very genuine reason that why you want to keep that membership. The fourth one is the American Society of Quality chapter. This is what we're going to have in this fall for the QEMT students. American Society of Quality. You want to get a job, you need to have one thing. First, basically 2 things. First, network. Second, network in your field. If you have a network in your field, that's how you're going to get the job. That's how you're going to get the mentorship. I can advise you on 1,000 things, but I cannot advise you specifically to your field, maybe your field. So this is why we have these chapters here. So you are QMT, join this QMT body. You are FPWT, join FPWT, join Business Caucus. And if I am not able to share any other thing that you have in your mind, always come forward. Say, hey, Prince, I have this idea. We want to set up a chapter, club, or anything like that in the college. Can we do that? And then my answer would be, of course. Why not? This is why we are here. Okay, am I funny? Okay, no, it's okay, take a chill pill. The last is Habitat for Humanity. How many students know about it, Habitat for Humanity? It's worldwide famous. Oh, that is perfect. From which program? Construction Project Management, and you're gonna see me after, okay? We're gonna set up the Habitat for Humanity chapter at the Lambton College in Toronto, where we're gonna have the consistent site visits, because if you are a construction student, you gotta know how the site looks like. What do they have? Again, I'm gonna come back to the good network. So this semester, from fall 2022, we're gonna have the Habitat for Humanity in here as well, okay? So now you have these clubs, and students who doesn't belong to this club, please come forward to me, and we can form a new club, all right? Now the next slide is We Care. Have you heard about the We Care? Like it's We Care. We three? No, we LCID, Lambton College in Toronto campus, care for you, okay? So this is what we started in summer 2022 with help of GYMT. This is for the student, first-term students. Now, you have a lot of questions to ask. And you're afraid, okay, so if I send an email, it's going to take 5 days, but it's a very simple question. For example, how to print out the ID cards. Where is the library? If you send it to student services or any other person at the employee at the college, it will take 5 business days. So these kind of small questions you can ask to the We Care partners. So we form a club, not a club, we form a team, MS Teams, Microsoft Teams, where we add you and one of the student ambassadors, student volunteers, who would assist you with your all questions 24/7, okay? 24/7. And we all three manage those all groups. So we're gonna have the 21 groups. Each individual will be added to those your programs, for example, FPWT. Now what do you have to do to go there? You have to install the MS Teams, all right? That's a free access to everybody, Microsoft Teams. Use your My Lambton access. Do you guys have the My Lambton access by any chance? Everybody, at the back stairs, at the picnic spot, people. Okay, you guys can hear me? Or should I come there? No, be free. Okay, so install the Microsoft Teams. Use your My Lambton credentials. Install the second, very important, install the Outlook application in your smartphones. Everybody has a smartphone, right? Who still use the Nokia? Nobody? Perfect. So everybody has the smartphones. Just install the Microsoft Outlook, Microsoft Teams. Use your My Lambton email credentials to sign in. So you won't miss 2 things. First, a message from the We Care. Second, any email, okay? You don't have to miss any email at the college. Now, early intervention, Sahil said, at certain point you think your performance is going down, we're gonna intervene there. Okay, what's your name, sir? Abilio? Okay, let's say Abilio. Abilio is performing very, it's not gonna happen, I know, and we're not gonna make that happen. We'll send you an email, and if you don't check that email, it's gonna go to your memo. It's gonna go to your Cestar database profile. And that is accessible to all of the employees. Every time we see you, you visit us, we're gonna open up your profile and see, damn, this student has a history with us, which you don't want, right? So you don't want that. So that's why just install the Microsoft application, Microsoft Outlook as well. The co-curricular record, okay, that's the last part of my slides. And this is very, very important, and I love that. How many students have volunteered in past years in your life? Raise the hand like this. Okay, very few. Okay. In this campus, we're gonna give you the opportunity to volunteer with us at least one time. Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 100, just one time. It is very important and has the significant value in Canada especially. You don't have the work experience, that is going to be considered as your work experience. All right? I'm gonna give you an example, and then I go back to my slide. Let's say you are a quality engineering student. You don't have any experience, but you are a part of American Society of Quality. you're part of these kind of executive memberships or clubs. Now they know that you are a consistent member. That is the plus point, and that's an additional star to your resume. On the same hand, on the same side, you're also doing the volunteer work with the ASQ. All right? So this is what you're going to have to do. You see anything, means on the Moodle or the social media, any volunteer opportunity, just apply. Doesn't matter if they hire you or not, just apply. If they don't hire you and then it belongs to us, come and see us. We have, I would say, many opportunities every semester. And once you do the volunteer opportunity, we're going to provide you with a CCR certification, that is co-curricular record. This is the official document that states your student ID number, that's a volunteer number, okay, that comes from our main campus. This is the certificate. And that's your position, that's your responsibilities, that's your competencies. So that's an official document. You don't have to explain that in your interviews, hey, I'm very confident, I'm very good at communication, or have the leadership skills. You already showed that you have the leadership skills. Okay? So everybody, do you guys want to have these kind of certificates here or not? Yes? Okay, who doesn't just raise the hand? Oh, that's great. You guys are listening to me. Perfect. Just wanted to check. Okay? So this is all, I think, from my side. This is our contact information. And I'm going to give you a small, very tricky tip. I think we have over 200 faculties here, over 50 staff members here. And then it's a human nature that we can't remember all of the IDs, all of the these email addresses, right? So this is a trick. If you know the first name and the second name, so first name dot second name at cestarcollege.com. That's it. Okay, because I have seen students asking for the emails to the student services, and they wait for 5 days. Now making sense why I said that we're going to have the week here? This is why. Okay, these are the tips and tricks that we provide every semester. So it's our rule. We provide only one tip a day, and I'm joking. Okay, we're going to have a lot for you guys. Okay, so that's it. That's where we are. We're just located upstairs. When you go upstairs, turn right. Right there is our office. And anytime you can come and see us. Anytime you have any question, any concerns, any suggestions, any issues, any problems, just come and see us, okay? And I want you to open up yourself in these 2 years of time period, okay? Anything happen from today to the time you graduate, anything happen, or you need the help, you have to come to us. If you think that I am the person who can help you, come to me. If you think it's Sahil, come to Sahil. Go to Sahil. If it's Michael Varakis, our director, go to Michael Varakis. But make sure you come, okay? Don't just keep it to yourself. Be open up. Do the volunteer opportunities. Be a part of the student ambassadors, student convocation volunteer opportunities. It's very nice. Join the clubs. And I'm over the time. Okay, that's all. That's all from my side. Thank you so much once again, and have a blessed day. And see you guys on next week, not on Tuesday. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over to...
Do you want to go home? Do you want to go home? Do you really want to go home? Oh, so if you don't answer me, it means that you want to stay, all right? Okay, fine. Now, you have all just listened to a wonderful presentation regarding the tutoring center, the student success, and I've seen it already. If you listen, if you follow, you have no problem. The fact that we have gone through the support mechanism of the college, we now have to look at how you're going to maintain your integrity, your academic integrity throughout your time here. So they both work hand in hand. If you need help and you go and get help, if you need guidance and you go and get that guidance, it means that you can also stay in line in terms of your academic integrity. But what is your academic integrity? What is that all about? Now we have with us Mark Gonzalez, who will be talking to us about academic integrity. And remember, you have to have this integrity to go through your college life. So let us put our hands together to welcome Mark.
Thank you for that very warm introduction, and I'm so excited about academic integrity now compared to what I was like before. So yes, thank you everyone for being here. Now, you might remember me as the person that told you to stay away from people earlier in the morning, but yeah, I was here telling you about Canadian culture. Now we're going to talk a little bit about my real position at the school, and I'm the academic integrity officer of the college. And in summation, basically, I'm just hoping and doing my best to let you know what we expect in terms of the kind of content that we want to give you a grade for. And the grade that we want to give you is going to be based on original work. I'm going to say a lot of stuff over the next 30 minutes. It's all going to boil down to, basically, in a nutshell, we would love original content. And if you have that original content, no problems whatsoever. However, sometimes there are some problems, and we have to deal with those. So we're going to go through that together today. We have a lot to talk about. I just want to point out two main people in our little department here for quality assurance. Shauna Sheldon, who you met for the immigration presentation earlier this morning. That is another person in the quality assurance area, and also myself. So we kind of are a small team with the big job, but we try our best. And we're going to go through many different topics today. So many, in fact, that I hope I can get through all of them. We're going to talk about academic honesty, academic integrity, and if we're looking for these things, we want to know what are your expectations of the student? What are our expectations? Let's see, how should I say that? Your expectations of us and our expectations of you. I think that's the best way to describe it. On top of that, we're also going to talk about evaluations, things to keep in mind for tests, things to keep in mind for assignments. What is plagiarism? What do we consider plagiarism? You might be shocked. Number 2 is going to shock you, but you know, there are some very surprising things there. There are different ways to plagiarize, so we're going to talk about that. APA, those of you that know APA, great. This might be a refresher. Those of you that have no idea what APA is, good, you're in the right place, because I'm going to tell you a little bit about APA today as well, okay? And then there's other stuff. There's going to be group work that you want to make sure your group work looks okay, other resources you might need, student rights responsibilities, that's the policies, and other fun facts to know. Those are all of the topics, and maybe we'll talk about all of them, but we'll kind of figure it out as we go along. So in terms of academic integrity, what does that mean? Like I said, there are many different ways I could say this to you. There are many different things I'm going to tell you. There are 4 words here that you see: honesty, fairness, accountability, and trust. Basically, we want to make sure that when we give you a grade, it is representative of what you're capable of doing, so that when you graduate, the people who hire you know, oh yeah, they know how to do all of the work that I need to give them for the next, you know, while they're employed. But if you submit stuff that isn't yours or wasn't made by you, then that is a concern for everyone involved, because we can't grade that stuff. We can only grade what you make, and that's original work. And if it's original, then no problems whatsoever. And if there is some unoriginal stuff there, you might have a meeting with me, and you know, they don't go very pleasantly. I have a box of tissues at the entire time during the meeting in case you might need them, and sometimes they may not go very well. So let's just keep in mind that's what we're looking for. So there are many things in terms of academic integrity, many different people involved here. You have the college staff, you have faculty, and also the students. Everyone involved should know about these different things, the policies that are in place, what to do in certain situations, what your students, what your teachers expect of you in terms of quality content, all that stuff we'll talk a bit about today as well. So like I said, what do we expect from you and what do you expect from us? We will be as fair as we possibly can. There is no student, because they are special and because, you know, they like the teacher likes the way that you walk into the class and you're always raising your hand, doesn't mean that you're not going to get potentially, you know, academic integrity issues cropping up. Everyone is the same in your class. Everyone is graded in the same way. Everyone is issued academic integrity sanctions in the same way too. Everyone is, we want to be as fair as we can, okay? So equality, if you remember from earlier this morning, equality is very important to us. So fairness, consistency, notice about tests. So we don't give pop quizzes. We don't surprise you with the test. You come into class, you don't know there is a test planned. No, no, no. You will always know that there is a test planned, 100%. And if you don't know, then this is not fair, and we don't want that. So you can expect that of us, okay? So 100% no pop quizzes, no pop quizzes. Only tests according to your evaluation timetable. And also communication, of course. We just want honesty. We want original content, communication with your instructor, asking questions, making sure that you're handing in the right stuff at the right time. And if you hand in something that isn't correct, tell your teacher as soon as possible so that they can kind of work with you and fix it as well. Okay, so communication, very, very important. And of course, we want your best effort and integrity. So when it comes time to taking a test, okay, tests are sometimes very, very, very nerve-wracking. I think a lot of people have a very stressful time with a lot of tests and exams. So when you have a test, just keep in mind that we want to make sure that we're giving you a grade based on what you know. And there's a difference between knowing content and memorizing content. You can remember a lot of stuff on the internet and remember all of that. And studying, that's how people study. I studied like that in college and university and wherever I went. Study all night, study all night before the test, come into the test. I cannot, however, take all the stuff that I just remembered and put those exact same words in my responses. Because although it's great that you remembered that stuff, you're not proving that you understand that stuff. And so if you give us your original words, tell me the way you understand it is very different than just telling me exactly what you just read. Very, very, very different in terms of the content. So we grade based on original work and what you can prove that you understand from what you studied. Kind of tricky of a difference, but I think one very common thing that some people do, and this is true for the assignments as well, but they might put in someone else's sentence and then pull out a couple words and then put in new words. Take out a word, put in a new one. And then you're starting with someone else's sentence, but it's not considered original work. Okay, so you have to be careful of how you use other people's words in your responses. Be very, very careful with that. Closed book tests and open book tests. Just by a show of hands, anybody know what a closed book test is? Yes or no? Just no idea? No. Open book? Probably not, because you don't know closed. Okay, so a closed book test is the test that you know. It's the test where you sit down in a room. There are questions, you answer the questions, and then you're very stressed out and you walk out like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I just took that test, it was very hard. That is a closed book test. You have no notes, you have no access to anything, just your brain and your fingers and the mouse and the keyboard and whatever else is in the room. A closed book test is different than an open book because an open book test lets you use notes. Lets you use books, textbooks, stuff that you have, materials, you bring them into the test with you, you take the test at the same time. Now, the default, the one that is always going to be assumed to be the case, is closed book. You should assume that all of your tests are closed book. Your instructors might sometimes tell you that it's going to be an open book. If it's an open book, great, but you cannot assume that it's open book. Oh my gosh, this was a closed book? I didn't know that. I had all my notes right here, sir, but I thought it was an open book. No. It's always going to be a closed book for your tests, okay? So just expect your closed book tests to occur. Knowledge versus application is what I kind of said. Don't memorize. The memorization is tricky. Use your own words. Take their ideas, but use your own words. Very, very, very different between copying someone's words. Okay, so watch out for that. Read your questions carefully, and sometimes if you are taking a test online, those of you that are in person, you're going to be here in the room. But if you are online, taking classes online, you might need to put your cameras on. So be aware of that to those of you on the interwebs watching us online. So in terms of assignments, similar stuff, because similar assignments, we want like original work. So follow the instructions that they're asking you for. Some people might be aware of things like APA documentation. If you don't know what APA is, I totally get that. You're coming into the school, you're going to learn what that is eventually, but right now it might be a little bit new for you. But you want to make sure that when you make writing of any kind, that's yours. That belongs to you. It is your copyrighted, material that is 100% written by you. You don't share with anybody. if you share it with somebody, you might encounter something called plagiarism, and you might be actually, unfortunately, having a meeting with me explaining why the plagiarism occurred. Now, anybody know what plagiarism, like the word plagiarism? Yeah, we have some people fans of plagiarism here. Yeah, you like plagiarism? Yeah, good. Okay, so plagiarism. If you're not sure what plagiarism is, we are talking about taking someone else's work, removing that person's name, and putting your name on it instead. That is plagiarism. We don't know where it came from, but you didn't write it. But you say you did write it. That's what plagiarism is. And there are many different kinds of plagiarism. You might plagiarize by, for example, taking something from Google, taking help from Google. I hear that all the time. That's one way to plagiarize. Fun fact, other way to plagiarize is taking content you wrote for another class and submitting it for a different class. That's called self-plagiarism. That is a thing. You can plagiarize yourself. It actually happens. We have had issues with it. So the idea behind it is you have like a class, right? So it's like Marketing 1001. Then you move on to Marketing 2001 next term. And you take the essay that you wrote for the first class and you just submit it for this one. You wrote it, yeah, but you didn't write it for this class. You wrote it for a different class. That's self-plagiarism. So it exists. It's a thing. Be careful for it. Always make new content for every assignment that you're creating for your classes, okay? So watch out for that. And, in terms of making work original, citations, APA. Anybody know what APA is? APA documentation? APA? A few people may have used APA. Yeah, some APA fans in the room. Okay, so if you're using APA, you will probably avoid this completely. APA is how you cite stuff, telling me where outside sources came from and putting it into your essay. If you don't tell us those outside sources properly, then we might have some meetings. Like, you might have to meet with me about that to explain where did this stuff come from, how did you write it, did you write it, is it someone else's? This kind of conversation happens when we don't know where the reference is and where the research is coming from. And I'm sure that people research quite well. People are using research all the time, but not accurately, not always the right way, okay? So next slide. We have two things to keep in mind for plagiarism and originality and making sure content is honest and original stuff. You may be aware that we offer Grammarly to all of our students, and I totally encourage you to please use Grammarly to check for grammar mistakes. Grammar, spelling, all that stuff, check it with Grammarly, 100%. However, some people also use Grammarly to check for plagiarism. That is something that Grammarly offers, but I discourage you from using it because Grammarly is not official. We don't use Grammarly to check for plagiarism. We use the next one, which is Turnitin. So Turnitin is the link, and I'm going to show you some examples of what Turnitin is if you're not sure what that is. You submit your files onto Moodle. It goes into Moodle, and it checks all those sources to see if there's any similar writing anywhere else. And that's the official one. If that one tells you there's a percentage of similarity, that's what we follow, and that's what you want to check. So don't worry so much about the Grammarly stuff. Don't use it as a 100% confident checker for plagiarism. It's not going to help you out, okay? So if you're trying to avoid this and putting APA into your documents, making sure your APA is good stuff, and you don't know what APA is, we are going to host a workshop where I'm going to kind of walk you through the whole situation about it. It's not scheduled yet, so if you're wondering when that's happening, well, good question. I don't know, but it will happen hopefully next week. And we have a recording when I was during like COVID times. I recorded myself talking about APA for like an hour or so. We have that for students as well. That's on our academics page on Moodle, so you can watch that whenever you want. If you feel like Netflix is boring, I want to watch something even more fun than Netflix, well, you just watch me talking about APA for an hour, and that might put you to sleep even. But anyways, there's also the tutoring center, which you just heard about for the past, just before my speaking. They have APA sessions, one-on-one people that can tell you all about APA, and you'll be comfortably, confident in what APA is. But let's take a look at Turnitin, actually. This is an example of a Moodle page. So your Moodle page might look like this, and if you look at that arrow pointing to the practice Turnitin submission, it's a link. It's not software that you can just drop anything into, but when it comes time for you to upload your assignments, you'll see a link there. Click on the link, upload your file, and then after you upload the file, it will look something like this. Now, this is hard to read, I totally understand that, but what stands out is that red color. There's like a red little bar there that says 100%. And this student, this poor unfortunate student, has decided to copy 100% of their assignment and upload it for grading. Now, that's not a good thing. If you see a red color that says 100% on it, that doesn't mean great job. It means bad job. Please, go back and fix it. So in many cases, your teachers will allow you to check that number and then go back, fix that stuff, and upload again. And if you're lucky, your instructor will let you do that. However, this is not a guarantee. Some instructors only give you one chance to upload it and have a good number that's not 100%. Be careful with that. Different teachers, different rules. If you are using APA, citing your stuff and writing original sentences, that doesn't even matter, because you know your stuff is 100% honest and no problems, okay? So if you are concerned about that, you can always ask your instructor, can we check our similarity? Can you let us check and see what they say? And if they say yeah, then that's great. If they say no, well, just make sure that your citations and your APA stuff is 100% good, okay? All right, now if you're looking at the actual similarity report inside of the file, this is what it looks like. So you'll see that there's some red highlighted colors stuff. There is some, I think that's purple, or violet or whatever color that is. My colors are not very good. Not red. There are two different colors there. Two different places where sentences are coming from. So you can now see where the plagiarism is happening, and you can go back and change it. You can go back and take it out and switch it for something else and upload it again. But it tells you all the websites that it found on the side. It tells you the big number up there says 22%. That is the percentage of similarity in the file. And then you just go back and fix it. Now, some teachers say that perhaps 20% of similarity is okay, and then they don't mind. Some teachers say, 15% is okay, and they don't mind. Some teachers say 0 is okay, and if it's higher than 0, you are going to have a meeting with me. So different teachers, different preferences, but my suggestion to you is don't just trust this. Your job is to bring this as low, as much as close down to 0 as you can. If you do that, your job is pretty well done. You've written original work, but your teacher's still going to review it. And if they find something strange that they're not sure if it's original work, they might ask to meet with me, and we might have a conversation. Just be careful of that. My conversations, I'm not evil, I'm not horrible, but it's not great to meet with me, but I try to make it as a learning experience rather than what did you do here? I'm not going to put a big light in your face like a cop and just ask you what's going on. But we will have a conversation about what occurred, okay? So keep that in mind. That might happen. I hope it doesn't, but it could very well happen. Okay, so if you want to avoid being reported for academic dishonesty, here are some things not to do, okay? So if you, for example, share your work with other students, if you remember, I told you that, sharing work is considered plagiarism. You give your file to somebody else, right as soon as you give that file to the person, it's no longer your original work. You have shared with someone else. They could do whatever they want with that file, and just because they ask you for a file for reference, as a reference, and you say, oh, as a reference? Absolutely. Here's the entire contents of all my work. Not a good idea. Not a good idea, because they can report you, and then what will happen is I will talk to them about plagiarism, and I'll also talk to you about plagiarism, because you gave the file in the first place. How did they do it? Well, with your help. So you help them do it. So watch out for that. Don't share your content like that. If you can avoid it, please do. Don't copy-paste. Copy-pasting content. Memorizing content, putting it in is like copy-paste. So if I say copy-paste, that's what I mean. And please don't do that. If you aren't following APA, you forget to put your citations, you forget to put your references in your reports, well, then you might meet with me as well, because we don't know who wrote this. It wasn't you, it was someone else. And although you did lots of good research, you didn't show us properly where the research came from. So we need a conversation, okay? And let's see, don't use sources that are not acceptable. So some sources can be not so great, such as, I don't know, your friend that works in the industry. Although I'm sure that your friend is very well respected in the industry, you can't use them as a source. You want academic sources in order to write your documents, okay? So be careful with friends and family as references. Students, if you don't have the right equipment for class or the resources, you might be reported for that. And if you don't follow instructions, so be sure to ask questions if you're not sure about those instructions, okay? Moving right on, so here's some stuff you can do, right? How to avoid. Just don't do the stuff I just said. Do the opposite of everything I just told you, and you should be absolutely okay, all right? So last few things I would just want to mention. Group work. So as far as group work is concerned, you're going to have groups. You're going to have lots of groups working together, and I hope that this improves your teamwork skills. However, just keep in mind a few things. One, don't let one person in the group do all of the work, okay? It's a group, so the groups should balance the work equally. If that's not happening, what do? You don't do the work yourself, you communicate with your instructor. Tell them, let them know what's going on, okay? Ask questions. Why can't this, be better? But, you want to make sure you have that communication open. Tell your instructor as soon as it's going on if your group is not pulling their weight, and it's not balanced enough. Follow your instructions if you can. One person uploads for the entire group, not 5 different people up there, because all 5 of you putting up one thing and to turn it in, it's going to show up as like plagiarized. You don't want that to happen. That's an awkward thing to have, and it's just unfortunate. But just avoid that if you can. And of course, talk to your instructor. Very, very important. We talked about this earlier today, but I just wanted to mention it to you one more time. So the important resources that you need to make sure that you're putting up the right kind of content for grading. We're talking about your course outline. We're talking about your evaluation timetable. These are the 2 main things to keep in mind. We also offer you a free documentation guide for APA. It's like a dictionary for APA. So if you want any questions answered and you ask your teacher about your APA stuff, you know where they're going to go? They're going to go to this thing. They're going to read that first, then come back to you. So we're just going to give it to you as well, so you can read through it if you'd like, and then have all your your questions answered at the same time. Okay? There are, your textbooks and slides are good too. But I just want to show you the course outline, like a sample of a course outline, for example. It's kind of tiny to read, but there is stuff in here that you will need. What are you going to learn in the class? What are the things you're going to be graded on? All up in this document. So make sure that you have a copy of that. If you don't have a copy of this, ask your instructor, okay? Same thing with the evaluation timetable. Here are all the dates that you're going to have a test or a quiz or an assignment due. And if you don't have this file, you need this file. If it's not there within like 2 days of you starting the class, ask your instructor for it, because we want to make sure that you have this file and you can definitely use it to prepare, study, organize your time wisely, okay? Time management is so important with studying. Last few slides, I promise we're nearly done. These are the policies to follow for all of these things. So we provide these to all the students. You can read these policies whenever you like for academic honesty, what we do in the case of academic dishonesty, what to do if there's a test or an exam, what to follow, all those rules are all there. Miss and test assignments are there as well. And if you don't like your grade or you want to appeal your grade, there are rules to follow about that too. So all things to keep in mind. If you need any of this stuff, we can always provide it to you, but it is on the Moodle page for your perusal, okay? And here's what the Moodle page looks like. If you're looking for this stuff, where is it? Super teeny tiny, but there's a small circle up there. It is circling, I think a word is like academics or administration. What is it? It is administration, yeah. Click on that link, it will take you here, and it will show you, all that stuff that I just showed you, those policies that I just mentioned, okay? So last but not least, okay, a few last things to point out. Like I said, don't share stuff. A lot of people share PCs, I get that, but you shouldn't be sharing passwords. One person has a Moodle page, one person can log into the Moodle page. If you're taking a test and you're logged in, and then another person is also logged in somewhere else under your name, you're going to have a bad time, okay? So be very careful with that. Not good to share the passwords. Keep them protected. As soon as you share it, it's considered, academic integrity concerns. So be careful with that. Don't share your content. Don't share your passwords. Grades are confidential. It's your grade. No one has any business knowing about that grade, so you don't need to share that either. You want to make sure that you know how we calculate the grades. What is the weight of every assignment? 20%, 5%, 10%. It can help you manage your time in terms of how much you're going to study for each section or each activity. And of course, don't share private information online. It's just basic good information to know. And then English only in class. I think I mentioned that to you in my previous presentation today. And attendance is always taken in all of your classes, so please be there in person on time. And international students on a study visa must attend classes, and you want to make sure that you view all those course materials on Moodle. Your teachers can check how often you're checking Moodle. So heads up, please check Moodle. Check your content, study, visit often, see if there's any updates. Very important to know that too, okay? And last but not least, be on time, be punctual. That's something that we love in class, people that come in late. Although it's good that you're here, I'm happy that you're here, being on time is way better, okay? So you're not going to miss anything. Whew, okay, I'm out of steam. I'm out of gas. I'm out of words. So thank you very much for listening to all this stuff. I hope it didn't go too fast. I just want to stay on time. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask if you have anything right now. If not, you can always contact me afterwards. I'm always available, and I'm here every day. I'm here day and night. So thanks everyone. But I'm gonna go now. So have a great day. Welcome, and I wish you much success in your academic career. Okay. All right, cheers. Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm going to ask something for me. Could you all kindly just stand for me? Could you all just stand for me, please? It's a secret. Don't worry. Stand, man. I'm waiting on my friend there to stand. My friend, oh, thank you very much, my friend, to stand. Okay. You have been sitting for a while, so I just wanted to get all that blood just pumping in your system, because the next thing that we're going to have is somebody to talk to you about your health. So I'm going to ask you just to do one simple thing for me. When I say 4, raise your right hand. When I say 3, you raise your left hand. Right? Good. 4, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5. Some hands are still up. The thing is that one of the things we realize that when you have to be that alert and try to move along, you have to pay attention. So have a seat for me, and while you're going down, just do 3 for me. 3, 4, 4. Okay, some of you still have not gotten it right, but that was good. Now we're going to have Jessica from Guard Me. It's very important that you understand about your health insurance while you are a student here. Fortunately, some of us will not use it. Interestingly, some of us will have to use it. But you also have to know how to use it correctly. And so we have Jessica from Guard Me, who is going to present to you now on how to correctly use your Guard Me insurance throughout your time here at Lambton College, Toronto. Let us welcome Jessica.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica, and I'm a coordinator with the Partner Services team at Guard.me, and I'm here to speak to you guys about your At Lambton plan for the new students that are beginning September 1st. Okay, so you're about to start a life-changing adventure as an international student in Canada, and we hope that you have a positive, healthy, safe experience. However, we do know that accidents do happen, and if you do become sick or injured, just know that your Guard.me coverage will help you. The Guard.me emergency health care plan is your insurance while you are here studying. Okay, so it's important to know why it is critical to have medical insurance while studying here in Canada. The reality is the cost of medical care in Canada is quite expensive. I have listed a couple of medical costs that we have here. So here is a list of things that your Guard.me may cover, such as testing, prescription, annual eye exams, pregnancy that begins within 30 days of the START policy. We also cover emergency dental treatment, along with dental accident coverage, just to list a few. Please be sure to read over your policy wordings for terms and conditions. Just a heads up, the policy wordings, and we do have a brief benefit summary available over there, so you guys can grab those at the end. So this is basically what's over there. This is what it's going to look like. This is your benefit summary of what your plan offers to you. Again, I do suggest take a copy over there, read it over, and just get familiarized with what is offered to you guys through your plan. Right, so just like any emergency travel medical plan, there are certain things that are not included. These are a list of things that are not included. Again, your policy wording will list a full list of things that are not included within your plan. So this is a look at what your healthcare access card will look like. So at the front of it, it will have your group number, policy number, along with your name, policy start date and end date. And then at the back of the card, there are emergency procedures, along with a toll-free number. Your healthcare access card can be presented at pharmacies, dentists, paramedical providers for direct billing. Please keep this on you at all times, as this is your proof of insurance. In the event that you do misplace your healthcare access card or you just need to get another copy, you are able to go onto your My Account, log in, click that blue icon right there, and download another one. Now, in the event that you do have any questions or concerns about eligibility, benefits, claims, or how to deal with certain procedures, you are able to reach out to our customer care team by using any of the numbers that you see there on the screen. In the event that you do end up having to go to the hospital and you are able to, please give us a call before being admitted. Also, before doing any expensive diagnostics tests, we do advise that you call our customer care team before. All right, so there are many different ways that you can access healthcare while being in Canada. For minor sicknesses such as flus, minor fevers, aches and pains, you are able to see a doctor and a walk-in clinic. Those are designed for minor situations. In the event that it is more serious, such as a broken bone, excessive bleeding, you are able to, well, we advise you, to go to the hospital. Just bear in mind that hospital wait times can be up to several hours, and normally patients are seen in the order of the severity of their condition. If you are feeling sick, though, and it's not an emergency, and you prefer to reach out to a doctor from the comfort of your own home, you can reach out directly through our mobile doctor by guard.me service by using your phone or computer. Mobile Doctor provides licensed doctors across Canada who conduct medical visits remotely online. In addition, the doctors can create a health records with you. You'll just need to register before using the service for the first time. I do have some papers over there with more information on Mobile Doctor. So this is a look at what your customized website looks like. You can access this through www.guard.me/Cestar College. On this site, you are able to access your My Account, Keep Me Safe, Mobile Doctor, submit a claim, find a Canadian clinic, access policy documents, and more. On your microsite, you do have access to a Find a Canadian Clinic tab. That will basically help you find local local direct billing clinics by using your address, city, or postal code. So there are two different ways that you can submit a claim. One is online, which is the preferred option by logging into your My Account. The second option is by mailing in the claims to your guard.me, by using your guard.me healthcare access card, which has a claim form that is attached to it. But of course, regardless of how you choose to submit a claim, we can reimburse you quickly and easily by using our reimbursement card, which is a prepaid MasterCard. We also do direct deposit, international wire transfer, or a check. It can take up to 5 business days for our team to process your claim from the date that it is received. This is a list of things that you would need to include in your claims when you are submitting it. So of course you need your name, policy number, certificate number, reimbursement information, original or scanned invoices, reasons for visit, proof of payment, your signature, and date. So again, our customer care team is available to you guys 24 hours out of the day, 7 days a week. You can reach out to us using the emergency assist number at the back of your healthcare access card. You can also send us an email at customercare@guard.me, along with reaching out to us through your microsite. That concludes my presentation. Once again, we do have benefit summaries over here that shows you everything that's included in your plan, along with more information on Mobile Doctor that's free for you guys to take. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so very much, Jessica. That was really wonderful. And I hope that you were able to grab all of that information regarding GuardMe. I must say to you that it is very important that you understand how your GuardMe work, making sure that you have that document that you need should in case there is an emergency. And Jessica, I don't know if you had really touched on it, but I know that some of you have extended families here and how they can really have access to GuardMe in terms of that. Yes, in terms of their dependents, like their wife or their husband. Okay. So don't feel a little bit worried that your precious loved ones cannot be covered. Once you go on to GuardMe, as what Jessica mentioned, you can also add your loved ones to it just in case anything happens. And I've always advised that if you're here with your family, make sure that they're also covered because it takes the stress out of you should something happen. All right, so we have done well so far, and I thank you very much for being very attentive. And we are getting there. We are almost there. We are almost there. I know it's a lot of information. So our next group, you're going to be hearing from them throughout your time here at Lambton College. But today they're going to talk to you about housing. And they'll talk to you about in terms of student safety, student information. So today we have a wonderful group from North York Community Housing, and they will be sharing some wonderful information with you and also how you can keep connected with them throughout your time here at our center. At this time, let us welcome our team from North York Community Housing. Put your hands together for our wonderful team. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. So, hi, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. So I know you all are staying here from the morning. It's a long day. We will really finish quickly. So in order to get little boosted, we are passing our registration form and a little bit of candy to give you a sugar kick quickly. It's all packed candy. So it's all safe. Have some and please pass it to your friends. The registration form, it's nothing, all this personal information is not shared with anyone outside. It's for our own purpose. So please do not hesitate too much. So before I go ahead with the presentation, so let's talk about us and my teammates. My name is Jaya Surendran, Community Settlement Lead from North York Community House. And here is Abhinaya, a settlement worker from North York Community House. And Mairaz Hangar is also Community Settlement Worker. So who are we? So we are with Lambton College, partnered more than, I believe, for 5 years, 5, 6, 7 years from this project. This project started 2015. So we are totally an outside agency, outside non-profit agency called North York Community House. Why we are important? Because, say for example, if you graduate, now you're connected with the community colleges. After you graduated, there will be a little bit of disconnection from the colleges, and then sometimes you really need to connect with a non-profit organization such as to get more referral or where to seek help for, to become PR and all. So that's what non-profit organizations in Canada do. So in order to have that integration smoothly, we have partnered with community colleges such as Lambton College. We have partnered with Sherlock York University, Seneca College, and Humber College. So that's mainly our purpose. And before I go into the presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit of our background, North York Community House. So North York Community, this is the flyer. So it's an organization. We provide information, referral services, group services, one-on-one and group services like us. Before pandemic, we come here, we have an outreach table here so that students come, come here, talk to us if they have an issue, they are stuck, they did the study permit renewal, they are not sure how to go from there, they don't know who to contact if there is any issues within the colleges, which coordinator to go, what are the information that they can really get used from the colleges within Lambton College, if there is an immigration consultant within Lambton College, how to seek her, courses wise, what to do, who to talk to you. So we are referring those while we are here when students are totally new to Canada. During the pandemic, we did everything online, virtual, but it was very successful. Many students got connected from overseas back home while they were doing virtual online courses. So, but it was higher attendance. They were really listening to our webinars online. So maybe starting from this year, things are becoming hybrid. So slowly moving to like in-person orientation such as this. So I'm really excited to see face-to-face rather than from Zoom and go to webinar platform. So thank you for being here. Just bear a little more minutes for us to just go over the slide. And the ISC Connect program, that's particularly for international students. This is funded by Ministry of Citizenship, which is provincial funding. Provincial funding allows us to provide services for international students. Not many Canada programs are funded for international students. There is a huge gap. So there's a huge gap. So most of the services, or even if you go to Employment Ontario, they will say, oh, we don't help you because you're not a PR. So don't get frustrated there. That's why we are introducing you this program called International Student Connect Program to further help you to integrate. And if you have spouses here, your spouses are very welcome to connect with us to get any other information or services that they want. Say, for example, your spouse is here and your child is here, and then you wanted to apply for child daycare. We are here to help you. So those are some of the topics that, services that we can provide. Let me quickly go to we provide many topics, such as how to find housing, how to be safe in Canada without getting into trouble with frauds and scammers. We do a lot of presentation on immigration pathways too. Any changes to within the IRCC system, we update you with the sessions. Most important topics and then well-received topic is tax sessions. During the month of February in Canada, people will start thinking about filing their taxes so that they'll get a little bit of refund later in July. So that will help with the pocket money or things like that. So tax filing, we help international students to file tax for free. We are even having a new program. We are trying to self-educate. Educating, if students are saying, I know to do it, I have a better sense of this software, I'm able to do this, but can you help me? Can you guide me? So self-learn tax sessions that you can do by yourself too. So all these things are coming up for you to know. So keep in touch. You will hear from us throughout the year. In upcoming months, we will also have employment-related workshops. How to prepare your resume, how to do job search. Is your 20 hours of work needed NOC category job? Those information. No, you really need, you are okay to get any job during that 20 hours because that's not counted in your post-graduation work permit. So all those important facts we will be covering in future months, slowly in a detailed session. But just today we are going to talk about two little glimpses of topics. One, this is the QR code. So you can get a little more information about this international student program. So please feel free to take a picture. We have also brought sheets with the QR code for you to take a sheet and then share with the friend who didn't make it today. So please feel free to get a flyer from our table and some information books too. Next slide. So yeah, quickly, again, not to make you stay for a longer, agenda item is living off campus, landlord and tenant responsibility, and what are the resources that are available for you. Next one. Okay. So Lambton College do not have inside campus living facilities. It's always off campus. So you need to choose your place before you started, where you're going to live. So when you choose the location, anything walking distance from here, the main city, it's a little more expensive, as you know. But if you go further from the campuses, you will see that affordable housing is available, right? So, so it's your decision to see, where to choose the location and stuff. When you live off campus, you will have your own quiet time. There's no interruptions with distractions rather than on campus distraction. So after you decide to live, you can choose what you can afford in terms of whether you can afford to live in a single rooms in houses. Maybe the next slide, yeah. Yeah, the rooms in houses, or just a room to share with a roommate, because that will be more cheaper, right? So you can choose your types of the rental accommodation that suits your financial situation. And the next one, yeah, the challenges of some of the off-campus is like commuting. Right, because again, there's no choice, there's no inside campus, but then you need to think about some of the responsibilities that are involved with off campuses. Very important, because back home is different, and then here there is tenancy agreement, you have more responsibility, your utility, your bills, your phone bill, and things like that you need to consider when you live in the off-campus challenges. From here, I'm going to pass it to Mayras, my colleague, who is also going to cover a little more about want to be more responsible with the tenant responsibilities. Thanks, Mayras.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jaya. Okay, so for choosing the place and then what's the next step? So we already talked about how to choose the place. As Jaya mentioned, there are different steps that you have to take to consider before choosing where to live. One is how affordable it is. And there are other options as well, like how close it is to your workplace or study place or schools, or how accessible is to other facilities like the stores or hospital. Or they're all important, because if you have to go to groceries and you have to take your car or you take TTC, so you have to consider that cost as your regular base cost as well. The same with transportation, that's really important. So after choosing, then you need to talk and make sure everything is okay, and you need to talk with the landlord. And when it's confirmed, you have to go through the process of agreement, lease agreement, and more formal part. Here in Canada, if you are going to sign the agreement for lease, most of the time the owner or the landlord is asking for first and last. What does it mean? First and last is first month and last month of the rent. That's very common. However, they need some more information to make sure you're able to pay the monthly fee on time. That's why they normally ask for reference. What is reference? Reference could be your work-related letters. Reference can be someone who knows you in Canada. Reference could be your previous landlord. But that is a part which is very complicated and challenging for newcomers. Doesn't matter what status or which status you have here, because you are new, you have no reference, you have no credit history, you had no experience with other landlords. So this is a part that needs sometimes to try more, like compared to normal people. Like when you talk with someone, make sure to talk with the landlord in person or over the phone, because sometimes it's through the agent or it's just texting or emailing and they have no idea. And especially now I hear there are like, the market is too high. It means they get different offers and whatever is easier for them to go with, so they choose that one. If you really want some place to rent, try to get connected with the landlord and talk to them and see what is other alternatives they may offer you to cover that part, that reference part, which is not easy for newcomers to provide. Current contact number, those are very formal and typical information you will see on the agreement. Contact information is your email address, your phone number, if you have other contact, or if you have guarantor, that could be accepted as reference probably, or if someone knows you. Post-dated check, that is an option to pay the rental amount, but if it's not available, see what other options, check what other options they can accept. Email transfer could be acceptable sometimes, or even cash, but make sure, if you pay in cash, make sure to get a receipt and proof, because in case if you need that proof, if any conflict happens, or if you need that proof for the time of filing your tax, at the end of the year here you have to file your tax, no matter if you had any income or not. But that is something you can claim your rental amount, but you need to have some proof. If you pay in cash and have no proof, it's not acceptable for CRA. And there are something else needs to be considered. Utility bills is important. Check with the landlord, check the agreement to see if the utilities are included or excluded. Most of the buildings have gas and waters included, but some of those may have electricity excluded, as well as internet. So if it's excluded, check with them how much it could be the average. So you have to consider that as a monthly cost as well. And you need to register that with the company directly as well, with the providers. Garbage disposal, that's another thing you need to check with the building. If it's apartment, condominium, or house, they have different way of disposal garbage. So you need to check with the manager of the building or the landlords to make sure you know exactly how to put the garbage out. Home repairs, that's really important. Home repairs, if something happened to the units that you rent, for example, the pumping or plumbing or stoves have some issues, make sure don't touch if it's important. If it's a main repair related thing. Make sure to talk with the landlord and tell them before touching that. It's the landlord responsibility to repair, and in case if you can handle, it needs to be shared with the landlord before doing anything. Lease termination. If you have an agreement, the end of the agreement is the lease termination or end of your staying at the place. However, if you change your mind and if you would like to continue, then you need to talk with your landlord and tell them your plan. If you need to move out, make sure to give a notice to the landlord 60 days, that's a rule. And if you get a standard agreement, there are some rules mentioned at the form. You can get some idea about very general rules that you need to know. That 60 days notice is important. If you are moving at the end of the tenancy, you need to give a notice to the landlord 2 months before you move out. Otherwise, it will be considered as a monthly base and you have to pay. Even if you are moving, because of your contract, you have to pay. And, okay, so I think we have those here. So we already talked this part. Lease agreement, collecting and returning deposit. We already talked this part as well. Changing locks. If you need to change the locks and you don't feel safe, so talk with your landlord to see if it's possible or not. Some buildings is allowed and they can manage that. Some buildings is by the building management, and that's a process. Permitting landlord to enter the place is, it can happen if landlord wants to enter for any repair matters, or if it's at the end of your tenancy and they need to show it to other people. They may need to get access inside the units, but it will be by giving notice to the tenants before. So it won't be like surprising or just knocking at the door. They have to give a notice to the tenants. Rent increase, as long as you have an agreement with beginning and end, like long-term agreement, it's not allowed until the end of the agreement. Even at the end of the agreement, if you are going to continue with the same landlord and they are going to continue with you, there is a formula that government will announce every year, and you can get that amount. It's not that much, to 1 to 3%. I'm not sure about that, but it's not that much if you are going to stay in the same place. Giving notice, as I mentioned, there is a form to give a notice to the landlord. If you decide to move out, that's important to provide it. The form is called N9. I'm going to send those information. If you put your name on that registration form, we will share all those information later after this session. The legal rights to live on the place, legally binding documents. So make sure to read all the documents very carefully. When you receive the agreement, there are so many details. Make sure to read everything very carefully before signing and returning to the landlord or to the agent. In case if there is any question, if there is something is not clear, check with them, ask them to give them more details. Check with the agent, or even go online and check. Make sure to understand everything, because after you signed and after you paid and returned the contract, you have to go with the contract, and there is no excuse to say we didn't understand. Moving is another step which could be important if it's the first time for someone to moving to a new place. There are something to consider. There are very little things that might need to be considered and could be helpful, like having some cleaning stuff with you, having first kit aids, and how to pack, how to book a moving with a moving company if you have big furnitures. And there's something, I think Jaya already mentioned, I'm not sure. If you are going to a new place, it's good to take a picture at the beginning. Why? Because at the end of the tenancy, when you are returning the place, you have to give it as exactly the same way that you got it. As clean as you got it. You have to give it back clean and the same way that you got it. And sometimes after a year, we forgot how it looked at the beginning. So it's good to have a picture of the beginning of the starting day. And make sure not leave anything after leaving. Even if something is brand new or some food in the fridge, make sure to take everything with you unless you talk with the landlord or the next person to see if they really need. Otherwise, it will be considered as a garbage, and they may charge you for cleaning fee. And elevator is an important thing if you go to a high-rise or apartment condominium. And if you are taking some big furniture, you need to talk with the management of the building to book the time for moving and booking an elevator for you. So that's important thing to take in consider. Okay. So here we talked about part of that. Make sure to pay the rent on time. So if you're supposed to pay the rent amount at the beginning of the month, make sure to pay it on time. If it's post-dated check, it should be fine as long as your bank account has enough credit inside, has enough money inside. But if you pay by cash or e-transfer, make sure to pay it on time. Based on the contract, you're supposed to pay the fee on time. In case if there is any problem, it could happen for anybody. There is a problem, you don't have enough money on your account, you may receive it in a few days. Talk with the landlord first. Don't stay quiet and calm and make them a big question. Talk to them and share your issue or problem with them and see what is their alternatives. Respect rules. As I mentioned before, check all the details on the agreement and make sure to respect and follow the rules. And we already talked about most parts. And one more thing about the rules. Some buildings, actually most buildings here in the city, they have rules about making noise. That's important to be aware of that. Make sure you know about what time is okay to have party, for example. Most buildings, I think it's the city by law or whatever, after 11 o'clock, it's not allowed to make loud noises. So in case if anybody is unhappy or have some complaint, they can even call the police if it's late night. So make sure to know about those rules of the building. The last part, not harass or threaten tenants. Harassment or threatening is not acceptable at all for both sides, tenant and landlord both. So if there is an issue, make sure to solve it in a very friendly and nicer way. So harassing and threatening is not allowed for both sides. I mean, both tenant and landlord both. We already talked about utility bills. Make sure who is responsible. Is that the tenant or landlord, or how it could be shared? If it's a shared space, if you share a place with some friends, make sure to know about your part and your responsibility as well. An average utility cost is important to know before going for the contract. And canceling a lease, that's another thing. In case if you decide to cancel the lease before the end of the contract, it's not allowed based on the contract most of the time. But for example, if you have a lease for 1 year and after 6 months you decide to move to another place or another city, so you have to pay 6 months, which is not helpful for you. Talk with the landlord to see what other options you have. they might offer you to find another person to replace you and continue with the person. So otherwise, there is a penalty fee. So canceling before end of the contract is not allowed, but it could be negotiable. So late rent, as we mentioned before, is not acceptable unless if there is any problem and you talk with the landlord before. Otherwise, the landlord can go and file a complaint, can go after the tenant. And utility bills, we already talked about. Bathroom, okay, it's about shared spaces in case if you share the space with some friends. The rules could be a little different. There are some shared spaces like kitchen, bathroom. There is a responsibility about who is responsible for cleaning or taking care of something. That is between those roommates. And there is a difference between the shared space and the more private space about moving out. For moving out with the shared spaces, you don't need to give a notice. That's the difference. This website you see on the screen, clio.on.ca, is a very helpful website in terms of getting information about legal rights here. So if you have any question, if you are not clear about any legal matters here, go to this website and you can find good information. That's about legal matters in Ontario. So you can take a picture. I will also send the information to all those shared their contact information with us. Okay. For moving out, notice we already talked about. Contact utility, phone, internet, cable companies to stop the service. Like as we mentioned, some utilities like electricity or internet might be your part and you have to register by yourself. Make sure to cancel those services before you move out. Otherwise, the bill will come to your account monthly base, and you are responsible to pay. Change your mailing address to, like all mail, redirect your mail address to the new address. If you need to change your address with your college, with like immigration-related agencies like CIC and Service Ontario, Service Canada. You need to change your address of your driving license, for example. So make sure to change all your address or the bills which are going to your mail at this place to the new address. Take all belongings, as I mentioned before. Don't leave anything at the place, and return the key. Most of the buildings and the landlords may ask for a deposit, like $200, $300 deposit for the key. And at the end of the tenancy, when you return the key, that deposit will be back to you. Here are some more links and website you can get information. I'll just leave it open if anybody wants to take a picture. So it's about tenant-landlord board, if there is any conflict. Settlement.org have very good resources about options for housings. Non-profit housing organizations, mortgage and housing corporations. And 211 is a very good resource in a city to get general information, including housing as well. And I'm going to the next one first. These are some more options for searching for housing. Kijiji is very common and it's familiar for more people. Realtor.ca is the real estate of Toronto or Ontario, I'm not sure, but it's one of those websites you can go and check for housing based on your budget and the area you're looking for. And also torontorentals.com. That is about rental buildings or rental apartments. Okay, I'm going to explain a little more and quickly on this map. This is not a very updated map, so forget the numbers here because you cannot find this rate anymore in the city. But it's good to compare. This map is based on subway stations and the market rate based on subway stations. As close as you get to the subway stations, the amount of rent is going higher. So if you are far from the stations, it's more affordable, but on the other side, you might need to take transportation or use TTC or whatever transportation options, so it's additional cost as well. But it shows, if you go to downtown area, which is a purple area, you see higher rent amount. And if you are getting close to Yonge Street, which is the straight line all the way to Finch, it's higher as well. But if you go far from Yonge and far from the center, you see more affordable housing options. So that just gives you some idea about how it looks in the city. So I think we are good. Here is our contact information. If you have any more questions, feel free to contact us. And now we're good to go to the next topic, which is safety for students. Thank you. I need someone to help with that part.
Yeah. So they need to put the other presentation up. Again, thank you. Bear with us for a few more minutes. Bear with us for a few more minutes. The next topic that we are going to cover is how to keep you safe when you are in a new country. No matter what, still Canada is a safe country, very safe country. But still there are so many frauds and scammers that you hear that you are trapped inside in a scam or frauds inside Canada too. So so we are here to just give you a little more tip. Briefly, I'm promising it's very briefly because we can run very detailed session on these topics, very detailed. But today we are going to briefly talk about how to avoid fraud and scam, protecting your identity, and what are some of the emergency numbers that you should keep in handy. Just in case if you get into trouble, okay? So the next slide. Yeah, the next one. Next one. Yeah. So fraud and scams and fraud as part of course, the cyber crime. There are many types of scams, and then the scams are happening during the pandemic, during the COVID time. And then you really need to be vigilant and be smart that you shouldn't be a victim of these scams. Again, many types of scam: phishing scam, lottery scam, marketing scam. Lottery scam, and you might get a call saying that you won a vacation to Barbados. Nothing is free in this country or anywhere in the world. So you just hang up on those phone calls. Do not really engage into those conversations. Relative in trouble scam, very common. You will get a very familiar email from somewhere saying that they are stuck in this country and they really need to be transferred money because they are stuck in this country. So that's very common. You will hear emails coming like that. Debit card and credit card scams, very high. You really need to protect your password, very safe, and keep it safe and make sure your password's been changed more often. And then CRA and Service Canada call scams. I'm going to add IRCC. You will hear a fake email because many newcomers, students, even seniors, they really think, oh, there is a Canada sign, there is a maple leaf sign. So it must be really genuine email from IRCC, but not really. CRA never calls you. Canada Revenue Agency never calls you. They send you letters if there is any communication that they need to be done. So if someone call and tell you, oh, I'm calling from CRA and I'm hearing that you're working, you're an international student, but you're working without any social insurance number, we are going to arrest you soon. Please disregard those phone calls. No CRA will call and give you that scare or threat. So please avoid such calls. The next data, which is happened in 2021, the top 10 frauds based on number of reports in 2021, you see how much money, dollar loss to Canada because of this. This is the recent 2021, because of identity theft, you know how much it's been lost because of emergency and all those merchandise frauds and things like that. So it's total loss inclusive of all frauds in 2021 is $37.9 million lost. So, you know, what are the people who do scams and frauds call? Of course, scammers and fraudsters. And they are always looking for opportunity to strike potential victims such as newcomers, international students, seniors, and then even mall, right? When you go walk in the mall, maybe certain tables, they will say, I'm selling this one for cheaper price. Just always make sure that it's a genuine one, right? And then COVID-19 scams. You will say that, oh, we are doing this air duct cleaning because of that COVID, so you need to pay this much money. It's very mandatory. Don't believe in those things. So always research, double check with another person before you fell into those scams. Yeah, this is what I mean by COVID. And then because of this COVID-19 frauds, huge loss for revenue, I mean, in Canada. So there is a huge loss. And then, again, how to identify frauds and scams. If you do not know the caller or did not initiate the call, just hang up. Nothing is free, as I mentioned before. Do not open suspicious emails or click on attachments. Links that are not sure, no government agency will call. Public Health Toronto or WHO will never call to sell any COVID-19 affected patients near you. And then charities, yes. You need to really check whether the charity is registered under a proper registration, because they will do many fundraising events. So make sure you check the charity website and then donate to those charities. From here, I will pass it to Abhinaya. She will also continue with a few more interesting factors, and then you will be free to go.
Thank you so much. That was so fast. I'm going to be trying to be fast too. Who has the registration? You know, the list that was going around, who has it? Everyone signed in? Or you're still doing it? Okay, if you haven't, please just write your contact information, name, number, and email. And maybe also mention what is it that you need help or assistance with. and we will get in touch with you. We're going through this very fast because we have detailed webinars on this very regularly online, or we will be coming in person as well. So my slide, just continuing from what Jaya ma'am has left off at, gather all information about the fraud. So if you do end up being a victim, always make sure to gather all the information like the date, time, any details about the fraudster. Call your bank or police. So this is mainly, let's say you have a credit card and the next month that you notice on the statement, you see some transactions that you haven't done, which happens to most of the people. It has, I have experienced it myself. So because we tend to do a lot of online shopping these days, I feel like our credit card information is easy to, you know, someone to obtain it from us. So always look into your statements and make sure the transaction seems like the ones that you had, purchased. If not, then you have to call your bank right away, let them know this is not you, and that way they can block your card, send you a new card, things like that. So the phone numbers, you can take pictures if you want. There's another two agencies called, we have two credit bureaus in Canada. They're called Equifax and TransUnion. Maybe in another webinar we can go very in detail about it because it is extremely important. So they have all your credit information. So in the future, if you want to, once you become a PR, you want to purchase a house or a car or a loan or anything, you need to keep Equifax and TransUnion updated for that. So it has all your information, any information about your credit card, loans, your personal information from your name, number, address, and your employment information. So and these services are free actually. If you want a credit card report, report, you can get it from them for free. What else? And you also have the choice to contact the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center if you have any questions. They will be able to, most of the information here was gathered from them, okay? So protecting your identity, I think I covered most of the part, but one very important thing is SIN number. So your social insurance number is something that should not be shared with anyone. It's not an identification. So an identification is mostly like driver's license, right? So you shouldn't feel like SIN number or SIN card is one of them. It's something that you need to keep for yourself. It's only used, you should only give your SIN to your employer, government agencies, and financial institutions. Keep other documents. Keep other important documents like passports and immigration paperwork in a safe place. I know in many countries, like for example, my country itself, like we have to sometimes walk around with our passports just in case we get stopped by the police. In Canada, no need for passport unless you're traveling somewhere overseas. So keep it in a safe place. Check your bank and credit card statements, like I mentioned to you. Just always keep checking each month's statements to make sure that you don't have any strange activities. And if you lose your wallet, cancel your credit card and report the loss of your identification immediately. Contact Service Ontario if you lose your driver's license or health card. Contact Service Canada if you think your social insurance number has been stolen. Okay? So for all of this even, you can get in touch with us. So we're all settlement workers. If you feel like you're not sure where to go or what to do about something, you can get in touch with us. Okay? Cybersecurity, I think Jaya ma'am also went through this about keeping strong passwords. And not sharing your PIN number, passwords with anyone else. Always log off when you're using public computers, like for example, library computers. Always make sure you're logged out. Do not click on attachments or links in emails from unknown senders. Check the privacy settings on your social media accounts and do not share personal information. Just recently I was seeing some on the news and stuff that there's this new update on Instagram. I'm not sure if most of you guys have Instagram, right? Where your location, exact location is being shared with people, like scammers or fraudsters can get access. So always check the privacy settings for your social medias, okay? Safety on the street, I'm gonna go through it very fast. Walk with a purpose, avoid isolated areas when you're walking, or maybe if you're out late, always try to stay away from isolated areas like garages, parking lots. Stick to well-lit places. Keep a distance, don't let people get too close. Dress so you can move with ease. Pack light. Being followed by a person, switch direction or cross the street if you feel like you're being followed. Walk toward an open store, lighted house, or an area with other people. Yell for help. Being followed by a car, if you feel like a car is following you, slow down and try not to approach it. Tell others where you're going. So this is very important as well. If you are living maybe with a roommate, maybe let them know that this is the time you're supposed to come back by. So at least someone knows that you should be back by this time, and if you're not there, they can try to get in touch with you. Talking on the phone. If you must talk on the phone while walking, don't get lost in the conversation. Always stay alert. So these are emergency services. So life-threatening emergency is when you call 911. For non-life-threatening emergency, you can call police, emergency, or walk-in clinics. There's different phone numbers for it. So these are some examples when you should be calling 911. So for example, if you feel like a person is in danger, so for example, an event of fire, if you see that there's fire in a building or something like that, you have to call 911. A crime, if you see a crime in progress, a serious crime that has occurred and the suspect may still be there or likely return to the scene of crime, call 911. So what else? Remain calm and speak clearly when you call 911. If you cannot communicate in English well, you can always request for an interpreter. And state what type of service that you're looking for. So when you call 911, you can either get police, ambulance, or fire department. So you have to let them know what is it that you're looking for. Explain the situation to them. Provide your exact address to them. Give your name, address, and telephone number. Report the incident to the police as soon as possible. So in an emergency, 911, to report a crime that is not an emergency, you can call this number. That's the number you have to call. And if you want to report a crime anonymously, so if you don't want to share your information, then there's a number for that as well. So these are some important helplines. You can take a picture of this as well. If not, then maybe later on we can share with you. So some of them from here is crisis line for mental health help. So if you need any mental health related services, you can call that number. Or assaulted women's helpline for women who have experienced abuse. Another one is lesbian, gay, bi, trans youth line. So this is services for youth who feel like they are part. And what else? Yeah, and also these emergency lines are available in French as well. So that's all. Sorry I went through very fast because you guys look like you're getting very bored and sleepy and want to go home. It's rainy outside. Thank you so much for your time. Like I said, you can get in touch with us if you have any questions. You had already wrote your name and your contact information, so we can follow up with you as well. And these are our email and phone number. You can give us a call, text us, or send an email. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you, Jaya, Rizes, and Abby. You did it. You did it. You stayed until the end. Isn't that awesome? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I know it's really hard on you because I was once a student. I've left many moons ago. And I can understand all that information that you have to pack in. But these are three wonderful presenters. Could you give them a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. But this is not the beginning of an end. This is the beginning of something exciting that is going to happen. As I said to you, they will be having numerous presentations throughout your school year. And whether it is first, second, third, or fourth semester, they will have information. You're free to talk to them after we are finished here. There are some Guard Me memorabilia over on this side. And of course, you can come to their section over here to speak with them afterwards. But for you, thank you so very much. I see that you are going to be all the A students. I've seen it already, and I thank you so much. If there's any other information, please feel free to reach out to the college, speak to front desk. I want you to be safe, enjoy the rest of your day, and we are happy to have you here at Lambton College, Toronto. Take care, and all the best.